Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Will County Board meeting for November 21st, 2024. Thank you for your patience. We were dealing with construction and a bridge that was up, so we appreciate you waiting as we wait for our members to trickle in. I will call this meeting to order. Chair Ogala will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance and introduce clergy.
Good morning. Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. This morning, I'd like to introduce Dr. Nona Parker. She is an ordained and commissioned Christian leader receiving credentialing through Price University located in Tulsa, Oklahoma, and a doctorate of divinity from the WWMI Bible Institute and Seminary in Indiana. She has a BA in business accounting through Trinity College and is a retired financial analyst for a major petroleum company. She is 25 years a senior leader at Ecclesia, I said that wrong, Worship Assembly in Joliet. Dr. Nona has become a wise master builder of churches, educational centers, and business startups. She is the founder and CEO of Excel Homeschool Academy, a pre-K through 8th grade homeschool program in Joliet. She's worked on merging more than 7 church entities into a single collaborative vision. She has earned years of experience and expertise in church planting, ministry development, leadership training, and coaching, including meditation and conflict resolution. Dr. Nona is sought out to speak, teach, and train church and business leaders. She has developed religious and academic curriculum and forged several international collaboratives with key business and government leaders in South Africa. She's the author of Rise of the Reformers 2024 and Beyond, due to be released this December 2024. Dr. Nona is the mother of 1 daughter and 2 grandchildren. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Nona Parker.
Thank you so much for having me this morning. Thank you so much. Let us pray. Great God of all the earth, we come before you today as a public body, seeking your guidance and your wisdom in this meeting. We ask that your Holy Spirit be present among us, guiding us and our decisions for the common good. Help us, Lord, to set aside any and all religious and political differences and work together in unity, ensuring that the efforts reflect your will for a better world. We are asking for your guidance as we gather in this local government meeting. Open our hearts and open our minds to your wisdom as we navigate the complexities of governance. May your will be done and your presence be felt in every single decision that is made. And may we work together for the betterment of our community. Father, we ask that you remind us that we are public servants, chosen both by you and by the people of our communities to make righteous decisions and wise judgments on behalf of those that elected us to these seats of power. We thank you now for your power to legislate in honor, and we do so in the name of Jesus the Christ. Amen.
Thank you for joining us today. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Balich, Trainier, Dean Schlottman, Van Dyne, Pretzel, Butler, Newquist, Richmond, Parker, Williams, Diaz, Winfrey, Coleman, Logan, Freeman, Revis, Mitchell, Ortiz, Berkowitz, Mueller, Costa, Ogala. 20.
With 20 members in attendance, we have a quorum Before we get on to the motions, I changed my mind again, Judy, where you at? Okay, there you are. Before we get on to the motions, I'm going to ask Chair Ogala to come forward with a couple presentations.
Good morning, everybody. As we all know, we just had an election on November 5th, and we finally have the results. And every election, unfortunately, we see some people go, but we get new people that come aboard to join us. So this morning, I'm going to make some presentations to our members who are leaving. First, we'll go ahead and give a presentation to Natalie Coleman. If you would join us up here, please. This presentation award is given to her in appreciation for her 4 years of dedicated service to the citizens of Will County as a county board member and vice chair of the Land Use and Development Committee, vice chair of the Legislative Committee, as well as service on the Capital and IT Committee, dated this 21st day of November, 2024. Thank you, Natalie. Would you like to say some words? Okay, there you go. Yeah. Yes, please stay here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next presentation is for Janet Diaz. Janet, want to come up? In appreciation of your 2 years of service, of dedicated service to the citizens of Will County, as a county board member and the chair of the Ad hoc Old Courthouse Committee, as well as service on the Finance Committee, the Legislative Committee, and the Ad hoc Access Will County Committee, dated this day, the 21st day of November, 2024. Thank you, Janet. And finally, we have Meta Mueller. Meta Mueller's been here with the longest. She's served in many, many positions. This is an appreciation of your 6 years of dedicated service to the citizens of Will County as a county board member, as well as the Democratic Whip, chair of the Capital Improvements and IT Committee, Public Health and Safety Committee, vice chair of the Executive Committee, Legislative Committee, Public Works and Transportation Committee, and service on the Finance Committee. As you can see, she has been very busy and she's a very knowledgeable person, so we'll be losing that when she's not with us. Dated this 21st day of November, 2024. Thank you, Meta. So we'll do some pictures here.
This time, I need a motion to place on file the certificate of publication. Motion by Ogala, seconded by Freeman. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Balich, Trainier, Dean Schlottman, Van Dyne, Pretzel, Butler, Newquist, Richmond, Parker, Williams, Diaz, Winfrey, Coleman, Logan, Freeman, Revis, Berkowitz, Mueller, Costa, Ogala.
20 in the affirmative, the motion carries. Can I get a motion to approve the Will County Board recessed minutes from October 17th, 2024? Motion by Trinier, seconded by Revis. Previous roll call by Mueller, seconded by Acosta. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. At this time, Madam Clerk, will you please acknowledge the elected officials and media present today?
Today, we have County Executive Jennifer Bertino Tarrant, Coroner Lori Summers, Recorder of Deeds Karen Stukel, and Treasurer Tim Brophy. For media, we have Bob Ocon, Herald News, and Michelle Mullins, Daily Southtown.
Thank you. We'll be moving on to public comment for agenda items only. If you have public comment for something that is on the agenda today, you can please come up and we'll have you speak here. A reminder that you have 3 minutes during public comment. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Julie Connor, and I live in Lockport Township. I'm here to address the current term of the Will County Board of Review that is on the agenda. Last month, I delivered a 3-minute public comment with the Chief County Assessment Officer, Dale Butala, in attendance. And in response, Mr. Butala wrote this county board a 3-page letter and mentioned my name over a dozen times. Mr. Butala said that this 4-year stipulation letter that I referenced was not unique. So in my written reply to this county board, I attached a FOIA response from his own office indicating that this, in fact, is the only letter of its kind in Will County, the only one. Because of this letter, this company will be saving about $300,000 in property taxes over 4 years. Guess who's picking up the tab for that discount? Lockport Township taxpayers. Mr. Butala then cited an Illinois state statute that he says permits this letter. But that state statute only applies to homesteads, owner-occupied residences, not corporate-owned vacant lots, especially 212 of them at a time. The Illinois Constitution requires that land is assessed uniformly. If there are 2 vacant lots in a row, both the same size, on the same street, these lots should be assessed approximately the same and have the same tax bill. That is the law. In 2023, the Lockport Township Assessor's Office conducted an equity study on 614 vacant lots in Fairmont because similar parcels that should have been assessed nearly the same were not. This equity study analyzed the vacant lots in Fairmont using recent sales data and brought all of them up to a fair assessment. Immediately after, this Board of Review then went back and reduced just this company's 212 parcels by a staggering 80%. This reduction obliterated the equity study that was just done and again put this company's parcels back at the low end of assessment in Fairmont. This decision saves this company approximately $75,000 per year in property taxes. This company's tax bills of $18.56, $30.90 per parcel were next to virtually identical lots with a different owner paying $465 or $724 for their tax bills. So after the unfairness was fixed, this Board of Review put the unfairness right back in for this lucky company. An audit would be the ideal method to determine what's going on in all of Will County. But right now, I am asking the Board of Review during this term to reinstate the correct assessments to all 212 parcels based off the 2023 Fairmont Equity Study. It is time for your appointed professionals, assessment professionals, to follow the state practice and procedures. And if they refuse, it's time to replace them with people that will. When I called the Property Tax Appeal Board in Springfield and asked the lawyers there about this state statute being used for vacant land, they thought I was joking. Unfortunately, the joke seems to be on us. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other folks for public comment on today's agenda items? One more time? All right. Thank you. All resolutions and ordinances, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. We do have some emails. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. For agenda items today, yes. Oh, If it's for land use, that is something you will have time after, when we open up land use committee. If it's a land use case, that is different. I'm sorry, yes. This is just for public comment on agenda items outside if you are speaking at the land use hearing. Thank you. I'll repeat that too, since someone said I'm soft. If you have, outside of land use, if you are speaking on public comments for agenda items, it has to be on the agenda, you can come up here and speak. We do have another for just general county business at the end of the meeting, but if you're addressing something on the agenda today that's not land use, you can come up and speak now. Is it better? All right.
My name is Bonnie Tongson. I'm the Community Outreach Coordinator for HERO, the Heroin Epidemic Relief Organization. I am Billy's sister. And my dad and another grieving dad started our organization 15 years ago in Homer Glen. In that time, since losing my brother, we have seen the opioid epidemic blow up. And now that I am a mom, I have a lot more fear in my heart. And my work with HERO is more important than ever, I feel, or all of our work. So we have all of the programs needed to help families, to help schools, to help police and fire departments, to help communities. We have Narcan to train people with. Grief support, family support, our hidden in plain sight trailers, our parent drug education program. We are doing amazing things, and we have so much planned for our future because we're losing too many people, and I won't stand for it. I lost my brother. That's more than enough. So with the support of the opioid settlement money, that gives us that much power. That puts gas in our tank. We have the car, we have the programs, and we are determined. Our passion, we are more than determined to fight this epidemic and turn it around. But the funding will help us that much more. Thank you for your time.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Magdalena Campos. I am doing my internship with HERO as a PRSS, which is a peer recovery support specialist. I also work for the Joliet Township government as a victim advocate. And what I am here to speak about is the impact that HERO has made in my life. I was Narcan 3 times, and because of Narcan, I am here today, and I am grateful for that. I have been on a journey to be in recovery, and I can say that everything that I have today is because I was given that opportunity when I was Narcaned. I have a beautiful child, a 5-year-old, who I regained custody of because of my recovery. I am a full-time parent to her, and I work, like I said, for the township. I am now on the other side, helping those who are impacted by opiate use, and it is an epidemic. It's an epidemic where lots of people are losing their lives. And what Bonnie just mentioned, all the things they do, I was grateful enough to learn from them about Narcan. And I've been able to help those with Narcan peers. And I just think that everything that she said in regards to the funds that can be appropriated to the cause is going to be beneficial to every life in this community. I see it every day on a daily basis. I'm out there on the streets on a daily basis, helping those who were in my shoes, giving them hope that there is hope. Just because we have trauma, and everybody is affected by trauma, but these people are affected. I was affected by trauma, but I can show them there is hope. We can't come out of whatever is going on, and all the resources that we have in the community, including HERO, which HERO is a big part of it, can definitely give them hope to be able to regain their lives, their community, their family, their spirit, everything that they have lost, it's able to be regained, and I am living proof of that. I just want to thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to talk today.
Morning, everyone. My name is Tim Ignowski. I'm the voice of an addict. I'm the voice of hope. I've walked a similar path as Magdalene. I'm involved in Governor State University and their peer recovery support program as well. I come to, voice my opinions and my beliefs. Recovery should come at a cost similar to the ones that addiction has costed us. Addiction affects many lives in the community, and I've heard two key words today, unity and service this morning, I've heard. And in order to provide unity and service in the recovery community, funding is necessary. I ask that the funding just be approved. And with that, I can continue my journey and continue touching the lives of other individuals and provide that hope. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Carla Alessio Policandriotis. I'm here on behalf of Family Guidance Centers. I spoke with you every month for the last 5 months. I'm grateful to stand in front of you today to say that because of the depth of Family Guidance Services, like I told you, they've been around since 1965. They have been able to use the van that the opioid money has funded every day all across Will County. They have, however, have been absorbing all the cost of the operation of that van as a not-for-profit. And I'm asking you to take whatever action necessary so the funding that you have approved, the services that you seek, are in fact paid over to them in whatever protocol that means. Yesterday, I appeared at the Will County Forest Preserve Law Enforcement Conference that was put together by your staff in order to learn about the harm reduction van. They now have a complete new protocol on what they will do when they come across a homeless person in the Will County Forest Preserve. And I tell you, it's treating people with humanity, with respect, and with the services that they need. Since mid-July, up until the day I stand before you today, because you have provided that van and because you have approved these services, 21 people have been taken from the streets and have been brought to Family Guidance and are fully engaged in an inpatient treatment program according to the assessment that was done and the needs that they needed. And I ask you to continue to know how important it is that we continue what we're doing. Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Sarah Richardson. I'm the Vice President of Harm Reduction and Outreach at Family Guidance Centers, and I'm here as well to ask you all to do whatever it is you need to do to get us our funds to continue this program. As Carla spoke about, our van is operational Monday through Friday in Will County. We serve hundreds of people every week, distribute hundreds of naloxone Narcan kits to save lives, as the folks here discussed. We know that harm reduction saves lives. We know that we can save every overdose. And as Carla spoke about, our program is comprehensive, meaning that we not only distribute hygiene supplies, meet people where they are, specialize in particular in working with people experiencing homelessness and in extreme social vulnerability, but we're also able to connect people immediately to evidence-based high quality care. Outpatient, intensive outpatient, residential, withdrawal management, and stabilization services. We continue people for as long as they need to be in our services with case management, physician and nursing, and counseling services for months and years. We are dedicated to this community, and we're just asking for your support for us to be able to continue providing these services. Thank you.
Anyone else here today to speak on agenda items before we read the emails? Madam Clerk?
Okay. Zahir Sufi. Please vote no to property tax increases, which will force me to move out of my house. I'm paying enough already in property taxes, please and thanks. Mike Johnston. Ms. Jennifer Bertino Tarrant, we ask for an opportunity to have our letter read at the next board meeting, please. My wife and I have attended numerous board meetings the last couple of years. We sat in last month's board meeting, Thursday, October 17th, along with many other residents. We are not pleased with continuing to pay higher property taxes each year. There needs to be a way to audit the many county programs and slim down waste even more. We listened to one board member talk about finances. My wife said it appears that that young man spent many hours going through the budget trying to look for waste, and one side of the room didn't seem to care. Both sides need to come together and stop the waste. As taxpayers, we cannot continue to fund everyone's programs. The county needs to live within their means as taxpayers do. It is hard to balance a checkbook and stay on a budget. We do it all the time. Why can't the county board and the county do the same? We cannot all pay for that $12 Starbucks coffee, as one board member continues to state she does in almost every meeting we have been in. It must be nice. During this meeting, we and others who were in the gallery observed several things. Some childish actions were seen by several Democratic members where it was very embarrassing to watch. They acted like children if the whole room was not listening to them speak. Yet some on the other side do it as well. It got so bad at one point, a resident next to us said who voted for these clowns. Another problem we had when it was time for public speaking, where the residents have a chance to speak to the board, members from both sides were not paying attention. They were either texting on their cell phones or on their iPads. Some even were just looking down at their desk. We counted less than a handful actually paying attention to the speaker. How can the County of Will be governing this way? How can they be the voice of the people when they don't take time to listen to us? It seems like they do not care. One board member named Natalie Coleman commented, if residents cannot pay their higher taxes, then they should sell. Wow, why should we be forced to give up our dream home and give our hard-earned income to another who thinks they can just spend? Why doesn't she and others who feel this way have a special pay tax taken out of their paycheck and put that towards their spending once? Let's see how long it will take for them to change their tone. Lastly, the one thing that was truly appalling to everyone attending was when board member Jackie Trinier said she was happy for COVID. Who in the hell would be happy for COVID? She said this with a smile on her face. This virus destroyed our economy. Many people in the county and around the world died from the virus. We lost a family member to this virus. How dare she smirk and say that? This party has lost several lifetime voters. We hope there will be a change at these meetings with more respect for the position they hold, for the public, for the taxpayers of the county. Nancy Fitzpatrick. Dear sirs and madams, I am writing an objection to the proposed solar development in Custer and Reed Townships in southern Will County. While much of the literature recently seen by Acciona, well, they were not supposed to read emails during. While much of the literature recently seen by Acciona to landowners in the area paints a selectively rosy picture of this project, the realities of its existence for decades to come could prove to be much different. With the results of the 2024 election, it is reasonably assured that many of the incentives for green energy projects will cease to exist. Green energy, in this case solar, has not evolved technologically to a point where it is efficient enough to stand on its own merits. Without incentives in the form of tax credits and subsidies underwritten by the American taxpayers, green energy projects will not cash flow. Today's solar panels will only perform at a peak 20% efficiency at best on a sunny day, with much of the light absorbed being wasted as heat. That 20% efficiency degrades as panels age and as cloud cover increases. Central northern Illinois only averages about 93 sunny, defined as 3/10 cloud coverage to clear skies, days per year per Illinois State climatologist. Over the last 30 years, Chicago has averaged 2,520 hours of sunshine hours. Consider the numbers: roughly 25% of the days of the year at 20% efficiency is a best case scenario. Factor in the average total of 2,520 hours of sunshine availability in a year out of a total of 8,760 hours in a year, 29%. www.weatherandclimate.com/average-monthly hours-sunshine.chicago.United States of America. It leads to one question: how can energy development with such poor performance potential be economically sustainable? And the land footprint required to produce 1 megawatt of solar energy with its associated land rent cost of construction, maintenance, and interconnection fees further makes economic feasibility questionable. This has not even taken into consideration property taxes and other costly residual expenses. Common sense and a basic understanding of economics would predict these projects would never come to fruition without government funding. Additionally, Acciona, a Spanish-based company operated in the United States under various Shell LLC entities, had their Morningstar DBRS ratings downgraded in July of 2024 to BBB and R2. These ratings are defined as follows: long-term obligations scale, BBB, adequate credit quality. The capacity for payment of financial obligations is considered acceptable, may be vulnerable to future events. Commercial paper and short-term debt rating scale, R2, low, lower end of adequate credit quality. The capacity for payment of short-term financial obligations as they fall due is acceptable, may be vulnerable to future events. A number of challenges are present that could affect the issuer's ability to meet such obligations. Considering the ratings downgrade and the anticipated change in policies regarding U.S. alternative energy policies, it becomes more risky to enter into any legal or financial agreement with a company that will be dependent upon government taxpayer monies. The change in U.S. energy policy is clearly one example of the challenges and vulnerabilities referenced in the ratings definitions.
All right, so according to your rules, you have a time limit and/or a minute. Would you like us to continue to read this? Okay. You have all the information. You'll have to take, I'm following the rules. If you want to overdo the rules, someone make a motion. Otherwise, no, you don't have to do that. I'm just asking if you want it to continue. Otherwise, you all have this in your packet as well. Okay. Motion by Butler, seconded by, oh, that's all right. Right. Motion to finish reading by Butler, seconded by O'Gala. Any discussion? It's not. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Balich.
Keep reading.
Trainier. Dean Schlattman. Van Dyne. Pretzel. Butler. Newquist. Richmond. Parker. Williams. Diaz. Winfrey. Coleman. Logan. Freeman. Revis. Berkowitz. Mueller. Costa. O'Gala.
Yes.
Yeah, 13 in the affirmative, we'll continue. Let me. Okay.
Yeah, I'm good. Thanks. Okay. Okay. Even though this company is operating as a U.S. LLC, it is a foreign entity taking advantage of the current heavily subsidized U.S. alternative energy policies. This relationship is parasitic as the funding of these programs is borne by the U.S. taxpayer. Most of the economic benefit in this project will be realized overseas as the panels and numerous other components are usually sourced from China or other Asian countries. The number of long-term domestic jobs over the life of the project is minimal, and the construction phase only provides a short-term benefit. The claimed tax benefits to localities will be on a declining scale as the project ages due to statutory caps per megawatt hour and property tax reductions on energy facilities as they age. The best case scenarios are only realized very early in the project. Considering the above facts, I respectfully ask that you vote to reject this solar development project based upon the forward-looking economic risks versus the weak and potentially unattainable rewards. Sincerely, Nancy Fitzpatrick. Edward Malcolm Jr., to whom it may concern, please read the attached at the board meeting. I am Edward Malcolm Jr., landowner in Custer Township. I live at the corner of Zilm and McGuire Road. I am very concerned about the runoff water from the parcel just 215 feet from my home and 300 feet from my private well. No one, especially someone my age, should need to worry about contamination of their water supply. Acciona says the panels are safe. I don't believe a word they say. These panels most likely will be coming from communist China. This information was obtained from their presentation. They never were forthcoming about where they were coming from, but the panel number is linked with JA Solar Company, headquartered in Beijing, China. I also found in my research the following facts about solar panel materials. The U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, HHS, defines PFAS, a group of synthetic chemicals used in various industrial applications for their resistance to water, oil, heat, and friction. GenX chemicals are a subgroup of PFAS developed as replacements for some older PFAS compounds, but share similar chemical properties, allowing them to be used in durable coatings and materials. According to HHS, these chemicals are often referred to as forever chemicals because they do not easily break down in the environment and can accumulate in soil, water, and living organisms. Health studies have linked PFAS and GenX chemicals to various health concerns, including increased cholesterol levels, liver enzyme changes, reduced immune response to vaccines, increased risk of high blood pressure or preeclampsia in pregnant women, increased risk of kidney or testicular cancer. For more details, information, including the latest research and guidance on PFAS and GenX health effects, visit the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services website, www.atsdr.cdc.gov/PFAS. With the above statements, I would appreciate a no vote from the board members. Please keep my water supply safe from potential contamination. That's it.
All right. Thank you. This is just public comment. Nope, you're not a member of the public. You're sitting on the county board. All resolutions and ordinances from the October 17th, 2024 board meeting have been signed and returned. Moving on to new business land use.
Executive, I'd like to make a motion to open public hearings for all land use cases.
Hold on, I don't know if I have you on. Sorry. Hold on a second. Okay.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion to open public hearing for all land use cases.
Motion by Pretzel, seconded by Revis to open public hearing. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Balich. Trinier. Dean Schlattman. Van Dyne. Pretzel.
Yes.
Butler. Newquist. Richmond. Parker. Williams. Diaz. Winfrey. Coleman. Logan. Freeman. Revis. Berkowitz. Mueller, Costa, O'Gallagher.
20 in the affirmative, we are now in public hearing. Please be advised, absolutely no new evidence or information will be allowed once this public hearing is closed. If you have one of the cases you would like to address or talk about, you can come forward here. If you don't mind, when you come up, please state your name as well as the case. So if you are here to speak on one of the land use cases, this is your time now. We are here to speak on one of the land use cases. And again, just so members are aware, please state your name and the case number, please. Thank you.
Hi, good morning to the board members and all people that are participating in this meeting. This is what government looks like. My name is Greg Olson. I have a parcel that is included in the project, which I believe should be approved. The land is not the most productive for farming as the soil is very sandy and prone to crop damage or failure from droughts. The community will benefit from taxes generated. The first year's tax revenue is projected to be just over 1.8 million. Reed Custer Schools have received nearly 1.2 million. Custer Fire Protection, 100,000. Custer Road Funds, 148,000. And there are funds for 10 other tax jurisdictions. Impact on the environment would be minimal. The project's monocrystal panels consist of silicone, aluminum, and glass, all of which are non-toxic. No CGIS panels, which do contain toxic materials, will be used. I strongly support renewable energy projects because our fossil fuel reserves are not infinite. I'm proud to be part of the project and urge the board to approve this special zoning and to do your research and weed out disinformation that is fairly rampant. Thank you.
Good morning, Board. Thank you for allowing me to speak this morning. I'm talking about case ZC 2425. My name is Denise Young. I'm the oldest daughter of adjacent landowner Betty Anderson. I spent the first 22 years of my life growing up, learning and living on this land. It will always be home. Try and visualize the Hallmark Christmas movies about people coming home for the holidays. This is home. When I think of the farm, I hear tractors in the fields, smell the fresh cut hay and the pollen on the corn waiting to be harvested. I taste the homegrown sweet corn, tomatoes, and melons fresh off the vine. This is not just land or a place, it's a piece of me. I am here to express my strong opposition to the special use permit for the proposed solar farm. This land is not just a piece of property to my family. It's a vital part of our history, our memories, and our connection to the community. My father, along with my uncle and grandfather, built our home on this land, and a few years later, he passed away. The memories I have of my dad are tied to this land. Walking these fields and seeing this land connects me to him in a way that words cannot describe. As Justin Moore sings in his Billboard #1 country song, "This Is My Dirt," the land represents something much deeper than ownership. It's a part of my soul, my family's legacy, and our identity. Like the song says, and I quote, "Where I raise my babies, a piece of me. Nah, this ain't just a piece of land. Sure, money'd be great, but can't put a greenback dollar on what it's worth. This is my dirt." The idea of losing it or having it destroyed by an industrial solar farm would sever that connection. I'm not sure how many of you are country music fans, but obviously I am. Maybe because it's like home to me. But every time the song plays, it evokes a sense of nostalgia and an appreciation for the simple pleasures in life. It reminds me of my childhood and the importance of preserving our roots and cherishing this land that shaped my identity and hopefully that of many generations to come. Before my father, This land was farmed by my grandfather and his father, who poured their blood, sweat, and tears into building and farming it. It was a part of them. I grew up beside my Grandpa Frank, learning invaluable lessons about hard work and perseverance. Have you ever crawled into the center of a 25-foot culvert to try and repair it because your role model and mentor couldn't? Or sat on top of a hot tractor engine with a funnel, dropping kernels of corn in a row to replace the ones that previously washed away by the excessive rain that year? Or how about climbing into a wagon full of harvested corn to kick it down to the elevator, which carried it to the grain bin to store and dry till it was ready to sell? Not to mention the most infamous job of every farm kid, walking bean rows. Well, I have. These are lessons and memories that can't be taught in a book. The land is more than just soil. It holds memories of generations of my family. The lessons I've learned from Grandpa Frank as we work side by side are rooted in the earth. And the transformation of this neighboring land into an industrial site would destroy these ties forever. I only hope and pray that the perseverance and drive he taught me is being put to good use today, fighting for his land and making him proud of us up there. Additionally, my mother still resides on this land. There are real concerns about the unknown safety hazards associated with living near a large solar farm, given the fact that these industrial projects are relatively new. The potential health risks from construction materials, operational hazards, and long-term environmental effects have not been fully addressed. It is a fact that solar farms consume large amounts of land and produce very little power, killing off vegetation and animals in the process. They cause uncontrolled runoff of water and soil, which would directly impact my mother's land, Horse Creek, and eventually the Kankakee River. They make the soil unusable. The thought of not waking up and seeing a doe and her fawn eating grass in your front yard, or hearing the trickling water over rocks in the creek, or the bullfrog bellowing is absolutely heartbreaking. However, my biggest concern is the safe disposal of the decommissioned panels and battery storage systems. Where will they end up? In our already exploding landfills and be like the windmills of the past? I'm deeply concerned about the potential impact on my mom's health and safety, and believe that much more research needs to be done before proceeding. Beyond our personal attachment, my family has deep roots in this county. I have lived in this county my entire life. My husband served over 30 years as a sheriff's deputy, protecting and serving this community. My son is currently a village trustee in this county, and other members of our family are involved in Will County Human Resources, Capital Management, the Sheriff's Department Garage, and this county board. We have spent our lives giving back to this community and ensuring its well-being, and want to continue protecting its future. In closing, I'd like to go back to my country roots again and quote country artist Cody Johnson and his #1 song, and CMA winner last night of Best Album of the Year, Dirt Cheap. And I quote, "Boys, whatever you're offering, it won't be enough. No, it ain't something you fall into. It's something God gives you and you hold on to. You can't buy this kind of dirt cheap." Thank you for your time and consideration. I urge this board to think personally about this as if these solar panels were in your neighborhood, and keep in mind the personal family history and potential environmental impacts that are associated with it. I also ask you to think about Esonia's inability to adhere to these timelines. This raises many questions about their capacity to deliver on promises and meet future expectations. Please vote no. Thank you.
Hi there, my name is Brenda.
Connie Singular.
We both live on Cooper Road. And so I lived on McGuire from 2018 to about 2.5 years ago. I bought the house on Cooper. We actually looked at one in Kankakee County, decided not to buy it because it was under solar contracts. We bought the house on Cooper thinking we were good. Come to find out we're gonna be surrounded. Connie is gonna be surrounded. She's lived there for 14 years. We don't want it on Cooper. That's our problem. We already have water issues. We have standing water. Those fields you're going to put the solar panels in have standing water. Everything has standing water over there. We don't want it. We don't want the water problems. We already have well issues. You know, we just paid $600,000 for our house. I'm 36 years old. We can't afford to move. Nobody's going to buy our house. So is the solar panels going to buy our house? Are they going to buy me out? Because if not, we're just getting messed over. And it's not fair. It's not fair to us. I have 2 little kids. I have a 4-year-old and a 2-year-old. There's neighbors next door to me that just moved in there, had no idea this was happening. They're on a land lease. Now they're stuck. So they have a 7-year-old and a 5-year-old. It's not fair. She has her grandkids over all the time. We ride golf carts up and down the road. She comes over to my kids' birthday parties on their golf carts. Now it's all going to be ruined. I have farm animals. What about the noise? What about the fact that they cut down 20 acres of trees this past summer and we had to deal with that, and now I have coyotes on my patio because that already disrupted it. So I'm just asking, please vote it no for Cooper Road. And 3,600 acres is a lot. So if you could just keep it off of Cooper, we'd be more than happy for that one. Because it's not fair. None of us want it. Not one person on Cooper Road is okay with this. Not one. But everybody's got jobs. Everybody's got, responsibilities, and they can't come here. So I'm just asking to vote no, or to vote for them to buy my house for what I paid for it and what I put into it. Because a water well alone, I've already put like $10,000 into fixing the well water, and now it's going to get worse. We have water issues. We have standing water in the yard. What's going to happen when it's running off the panels? My barn floods. How about that one? So please just vote no for my kids' sake. Thank you. You want to say anything?
And I'm against voting for it not to happen too, because just yesterday I was talking to a gentleman, and he's a well-known farmer in this area of Will County. And he was talking to me about the water coming off the solar panels. Has it ever been tested, like on your homes? Has it ever been tested to see if that water comes off of there, what's in that water? And it's a good point. Has anybody ever thought of doing that? Testing that water coming off the solar panels? In the country, it's a little different because it's going to be absorbed into the ground. But in town, in the subdivisions and everything, it's going to go into their water system. And you don't know what's in that water coming off them solar panels into our water. So if anybody would think about even doing that, making a test on that water, I think he had a very good point.
They
And he-
also say that they're going to cover the solar field so we won't be able to see them. I own a 2-story house. I'm that 18-acre parcel that's getting covered from the front and the back. It's going to touch my back property.
And mine are 100 feet across the road.
We seriously put in an offer on the house and took it back because we did not want to buy a house in the middle of solar. And we heard, because it was in the Kankakee side. And we lived on McGuire. I lived on McGuire for years. But, I'm not opposed to like all solar. I'm opposed to why 3,600 acres of solar? And why on Cooper? When everybody on Cooper does not want it there. We do not want it. And they sent out letters saying that they're training Braidwood Fire Department, like Will County Fire Department. We're not even Will County Fire Department. We belong to Essex. So that's Kankakee County. Our fire department runs out of there. So what happens if it catches on fire on Cooper? Who's going to help us?
And where I live on Cooper Road, it's beautiful. Summertime, it's beautiful. Fall's beautiful. And I look out and I see cornfields, bean fields. I see not too long ago, I took a picture of a combine and the wheat field, or the combine and putting the corn into the trucks, hauling it away. And I took a picture just about sunset. And it was the most beautiful picture I've ever seen. That's what I want to look out and see across my yard, not a bunch of solar panels. So I'm hoping you guys, for all of us, you vote no. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Betty Anderson. We have spent many months researching these industrial farms, and we have given you packets of information. I am truly concerned about the good water in my well, as many others in our community are. My land abuts the solar farm. We watch on the internet several lawsuits against solar farms, and I'm very worrisome. The salespeople that come here and present are not the ones who are going to be building the plant. In reality, we see flooding, erosion, and toxic waste in the soil, which is just like our sandy soil. And when installing the metal posts for the panels, the field drainage tiles are punctured by the pile drivers. This creates flooding. Lately, there's another great concern, the enormous fires that the local fire departments can't control. They have to call in departments from miles and miles away. And I'm concerned seeing the damage that tornadoes and hail can do to these solar farms. I want Econia's bond money to be available on day one. so I don't have to wait 5 or 10 years, so there's enough money available to repair and clean up the damage that may happen to my home and land. Also, the toxic chemicals in the solar farm, and when they need to be cleaned up, I want to have the bond money there. Any of these could happen on day one. The panels will have to be removed when Econia goes bankrupt. Econia needs to provide their own recycling plant, as the panels need to be recycled, not put in our landfill. I do not want to pay for their recycling. They are getting all of our money to build the solar farm. I researched the solar panels used in Econia's solar presentation, and they used panels manufactured in the People's Republic of China. The company, JA Solar, now has relocated their manufacturing to other cities, and they're out of China to avoid the tariffs. They are building plants in the United States, in Texas, Arizona, Ohio, and North Carolina. Their residential panels have a 12-year warranty. I wonder what the warranty is on these industrial panels. The panels contain silver and tin and copper and lead and plastic, so these are valuable products, and they need to be reused. There are 3 better options than the solar farm. First, there are natural gas closed cycle plants that only need 5 to 7 acres to build a plant on, and they reap 500 megawatts of continuous electric power. Econia's will use 6,300 acres, and they produce 300 megawatts intermittently. Second, they now have perovskite solar cells. It's a thin material that can be rolled onto buildings and roofs and parking lots and roads. And third, in the last few weeks, we have been hearing a lot about the small 300 megawatt nuclear reactors that Amazon, Alphabet, Google, and all the AI companies are going to build and use. 1 or more of those reactors can be built at the same site. Governor Pritzker signed a law, PA 103-0569, on December 8th, 2023, allowing people to start using them. We are not protesting against solar power, just the enormous amount of PV panels and number of acres used in these large solar farms. There are many better options that will save our beautiful countryside and not make it into an industrial wasteland. On the personal side, I live right next to Plot 2 on the bottom of the map. I own my house and the 80-acre farm that is 95 years old. This farm has special meaning to me. It was first bought by my grandparents. They started farming with horses. It is our legacy farm. My father worked a second job along with farming to pay for more acres. My parents raised chickens, and Mom dressed the chickens and took them to a grocery store in Coal City to help pay for the land. They had dairy cows, and they milked the cows twice a day, first by hand and then in later years with milking machines. First, the milk was put in large milk cans, and a truck came and picked them up and took them to the dairy. And later, we had a bulk milk tank, and the truck came and took that milk. It was always grade A. There are many rules about the barn and how the milk was kept. It was hard work, but it was good work. I also remember the soybeans and the weeds, just like Denise talked about. We spent hours out there going up and down the rows, pulling out the weeds. And my daughters and their cousins would join in with Grandpa pulling the weeds. This was way before GMO beans and spraying was in vogue. I have lived there 82 years. I remember stories of the Native Americans living on the sandhill and of a cabin-like structure. We have many of the arrowheads collected over the years. My sister, her children, their children, my daughters, their daughters, and our dear cousins and their children, many are who are here today, share in so many good family memories on the farm. We are nature lovers. We like it quiet. We love the corn stalks, the soybean fields, the pastures, the beautiful sky, day and night, and the sweet corn patch. We don't want it to change. This land is not just land. It is our land from our ancestors and our parents who earned it with their blood, sweat, and tears. This beautiful landscape needs to be preserved in its natural state. I want to look west and see the amazing sunsets and to see the birds and the animals running and playing in my yard and fields. God gave us this land to be caretakers of it, not to destroy it. Please vote with your hearts. Vote against the solar farm. Thank you.
Morning, and thank you for giving us the opportunity to have the full allotted time. We appreciate it. I am speaking on behalf of the special use designation of agricultural land for the solar energy facility. First, most of the people of Custer Park have vehemently opposed it. There's a petition. It has about 1,000 signatures on it opposing it. As said before, most people cannot make this time. We're working class people. But please take note of that and vote no against this special use permit. Also exists the Reed-Custer Township Comprehensive Plan document. A lot of forethought went into that by the members of Will County. Please take a look at that. The future has been talked about, has been planned. We are not anti-growth. We are not anti-progress. That is part of it. Let's just be smart about it. Goes without saying that a solar energy facility is not an agricultural use of the land. By definition from Black's Law Dictionary, this is the dictionary that's in every courtroom. Agriculture is the science or art of cultivating soil, harvesting crops, and raising livestock. We are well aware that the state made an exception, and I think we all know that was wrong. And that is something we cannot undo at the state level right now. But at Will County, do we view a solar energy facility as soil, crops, and raising livestock? Definitely does not fit. At best, this should be deemed light industrial. This land will be leased for 30 to 50 years. Again, most of us will be dead and gone by then. So this is a short-term gain on behalf of a global energy company. And it is not the benefit to the citizens of Will County. The benefits rest solely with Acciona. The cost is our own. At the last meeting, they were very happy to say that they were offering a $2,000 scholarship to a couple of young adults at Kankakee Community College. I'm a working stiff, and I can provide that scholarship. So that is a bit of a kick in the teeth to the people of Will County. The southern area of Will County is a gem for all residents, not just those of us who live there. It is a destination location. I would argue it is the highest destination location in Will County. Will County has been highly developed because of where it geographically sits. That makes sense in the metro area. The southern tip of Will County can remain a gem. It can remain a destination location. The number of recreation areas that are there is the highest in Will County. Boating opportunities, the highest in Will County. Camping, it has the largest amount of hunters of turkey, waterfowl, and certainly white-tailed deer. There are agritourism opportunities there now and in the future if we decline the solar farms, solar facilities, not a farm. State parks, county forest preserves, and federal designated open space in that area. This company likes to say, we're going to low productive farmland. That's where this is going. It is still the highest producing farmland in the country and the world, despite it being sandy soil. The sandy soil is what also makes it the most unique ecotype in Will County. And certainly the Forest Preserve District knows this. We have threatened endangered species that are only found in that portion of Will County because of the sand component of the soil. The agricultural use down there is part of a bigger tapestry. It is part of the ecosystem. The corridors of wildlife go through that agriculture. Again, white-tailed deer hunting is a big business down there. It attracts a lot of tourism that way. Without those corridors, because mind you, these are fenced-in facilities of nearly 4,000 acres and then some, because this is just a toehold, you know. White-tailed deer walk almost in their footsteps from years past. In their summer and winter grounds, they will follow the same paths. They do not alter when there's roads or fences put up. The number of increased motor vehicle collisions with deer is documented in these areas with solar facilities. They have nowhere to go. They are on the road. That is a threat to human health. I know I don't want my newly licensed 16-year-old driving from Custer Park to his high school in Braidwood, encountering 250-pound bucks that have nowhere to go. That is known evidence-based research in the solar areas. The Nature Conservancy is for putting solar facilities on degraded land, such as mine spoils, Superfund sites, not ag land. Therefore, the movement of wildlife across solar facilities. The bottom line, we are not against growth and progress in Southern Will County. We are for thoughtful progress. Stay with the use of the land with outdoor recreation, nature preservation, and agritourism, and grow on that. We can't get it back. Once that ag land is 50 years as a solar facility, any farmer will tell you, you get out of it what you put into it, and it will no longer be ag land, despite what Acciona is telling you. Please vote on behalf of what the residents of Will County want and to our benefit, and especially to the benefit of our children and grandchildren. This is a permanent decision. Please vote no.
Ma'am, can you please give me your name for the clerk's record? I'm sorry.
Wendy Trisouthik.
Thank you.
Good morning. I am Patricia Malcolm. And first, let me state that I find it very odd that Acciona now has time to send me literature or ask for my opinion on things. But when this thing was in process, not a word, not one single word. You've heard it many times. We are concerned about our water supply, the disruption of wildlife, the unknowns of how prolonged exposure of solar panels will affect us. I am very concerned because my home is 215 feet from the proposed site. There are a lot of unanswered questions. These all are concerns we have as a community. I am a third-generation farmer. I have lived in this area all my life. I love the peace and quiet. I love the fact that there is no commercial business within 5 miles or more from me. That is why my husband and I chose to stay. Unfortunately, this is all about money, but not money for us, money for a foreign company. There are very much more efficient ways to provide energy than taking away farmland that produces good crops. If things don't work out, Acciona will just leave. They may have a decommissioning bond, but when it's too late and the ground no longer produces, what are we going to do? In 1893, Johnson & Johnson marketed baby powder, thinking it would help all babies and all families alike. More than 100 years later, they're being sued for cancer-producing agents. Acciona says there are no dangers in the water or the air to the wildlife, but will they be able to say that 30, 50, or 100 years from now? I recently read an article. It was published in Farmers Weekly Review. It is believed that 30 years ago, there was 50,000 acres of farmland in Cook County. Now, with some research, there's only about 11,000 left. There are 261,000 acres of farmland in Will County. I'm sorry, that was Cook County. I apologize. 50,000 acres in Cook County. Now there's only 11,000 left. There's 261,000 acres of farmland in Will County. If the warehouses and solar projects keep taking our land, how long will it be before we are at 11,000 acres? I understand the legislation that got pushed through made it difficult for you as a board to deny Acciona's request for this solar project. I also understand our governor was quick to sign it, and the big push came from an elected official in the Chicagoland area with no ties to any rural communities. We, this community, elected you to take care of us. If this trend continues, rest assured we will be able to power up our imported electric devices, but we will also have to rely on imports to feed our family. I have submitted several signatures through petitions that state the citizens of our community in Will County are strongly opposed to this proposed solar farm. I spoke to hundreds of people. I had one person say to me, "What if I'm for it?" I wished them a good day and I moved on. If you need more proof, I brought more signatures with me today. Last but not least is my private well. I have stated to all of the board members, I am concerned about the potential contamination of my water. At my age, I don't want to worry about this. I am also very concerned with my property value plummeting, having a solar project within a few feet of my property line. I also believe the passing of the solar project violates my Fifth Amendment rights under the Takings Clause. Please, I, along with several members of our community, are asking the board to vote as if this project was 215 feet from your home, 30 feet from your property line, and it was going to be totally surrounded by solar panels. My house won't be, but the people on Cooper Road, it will be. Please vote no. Keep our community in the agricultural and rural state that our township plans have laid out. Thank you.
Ma'am, can you come back? We have a question from a board member regarding your statement. You have to go, can you go to the microphone? Yep, thank you. Yeah, that's fine. Well, we're fine.
Thank you. Patricia mentioned she has additional signatures with her today. So I just wanted her to provide those to you so they would be put into the record, please.
I can do that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Morning, everyone. My name is James Trusouthik. Appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today. A project SERP review was requested yielding from the IDNR 9 species of threatened and endangered plants, animals, you name it. It's critical importance. U.S. Fish and Wildlife was also approached for their review, and they mentioned 5 species. I went ahead and did a EcoCat, which is an ecological compliance assessment tool on the threatened and endangered species within the footprint of this project, extending out to a radius which touches Mazonia. It's listed Mazonia as water testing. We will be testing water in Mazonia. And if you use that exterior as a radius around this project, we are seeing 23 species. And I've got that list right in front of me if anyone wants to see that. 23 species of threatened and endangered species in one of the cleanest watersheds in Illinois. We need to think about that. That's tremendous. Thoughts come to mind of Rachel Carson and Silent Spring. We heard about Johnson & Johnson baby powder. Silent Spring was written about DDT. We were assured as a people that that was safe and effective for treating or fighting malaria. And how many years did it take for the environmental fallout to finally come to light? There's a lot at stake here, folks. Herbicides are used widely across a solar project. We've talked about off-gassing. We've talked about damaged solar cells and leaching toxic material. We're not really talking about herbicides, soil sterilants. It's all watershed. It's volatilization. That chemical volatilizes if you don't apply it right, and it can travel up to 6 miles. And if you create a radius around this 3,600 acre project, volatilization, now you're impacting the Will County Forest Preserve, you're impacting private land, you're impacting DNR properties, you're talking about fishing habitat, the smallmouth bass for the sportsmen and women in here. Exclusionary fencing around the entire project, 12 miles of fence, not allowing whitetail to migrate through. My wife, Wendy, had mentioned our children driving. I don't want to deal with between 180 to 610 deer on average per square mile now on the roadways. And it varies with land use, whether it's agriculture, forest preserve, DNR properties, whatever it might be. But that's a whole lot of deer. And if anyone's hit a deer in here, you tell me what kind of damage occurs. It could be life-threatening. And who's going to pay the deductible? Is that Will County that's going to pick up that cost? Is it the solar folks? No, it's going to be in our pocket, right? It's been noted in a number of articles, including Forbes dated June 21st, 2021, written by Michael Schellenberger, that the International Renewable Energy Agency, a taxpayer-funded intergovernmental organization, has told mistruths as to the safety of this technology. It is quoted, instead, it employed unrealistic assumptions to produce results more supportive of solar panels. The article goes on to say, and I quote, "The taxpayers will likely have to subsidize the cleanup of solar panel waste." Solar panel waste, when it's damaged, it gets labeled as hazardous material. How many times have we seen tornadoes roll through, microbursts, hailstorms? Certainly glass, plastic, aluminum, tin, whatever it might be, cannot withstand some of these forces that nature provides. We're at a tipping point environmentally, and I ask all of you to vote with your hearts and say no and stop this. Thank you.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. My name is Renee Park, formerly maiden name Renee Anderson. I am here to speak on ZC 24025, which is a special use request. I was born and raised on the lot adjacent, I think it was lot 2. So I was born and raised there, went to high school out there, went to college in Will County. I currently don't reside in Will County, but I have every intention of retiring back to the farmland out in that area. With the solar panels coming in, that's not what I want, right? I live in an industrial area right now. My intention is coming back to Will County, to this land, because it's beautiful, right? It's a beautiful open area. It's got wildlife. Like, that's what it was meant to be. That's what I want to come back to. Having these solar panels out there is going to completely destroy that. I come out every weekend to farm a 1-acre organic garden. That garden feeds me, my mom, my sister, our families, friends. It's organic, like I said. We're out there pulling weeds. We're killing the bugs by hand. We're not using pesticides, herbicides, things. What is this going to do to that? What happens to, the nature of that garden? I've been doing that for 30 years to keep my family healthy and safe. I don't believe that that's going to be the case anymore. I worry about my mom who lives out there. You're going to have these solar panels that are going to potentially become projectile, right? I've watched many microbursts, tornadoes, et cetera. The water table out there is very difficult to get water. How much water are they going to take? I just ask you all to, like everybody else has said, think with your hearts. This land cannot be taken back once it's given to this. And this, we really want you guys to help support us in this. So please, please, please vote no. Keep the land as it is. There's a lot of other options out there to, get us southern areas where there's better sunshine, whatever. Not against solar, not against better options. Just let's think before we give up 3,600 acres of very good land in this area. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Shannon Balacho. I live on Smiley Road. I'm second generation. My son will be the third generation. We've had to deal with ComEd and their tritium. We don't want to deal with solar farm panel or solar panels that we don't know any information about. I am opposing the solar panels right now. I live about 400 feet where one of them, the property that the panels will be going on. I am concerned about my water, the chemicals in our well systems. We have shallow wells, and I do have concerns about that. And nobody's been able to give me any information about that. And I'm not quite sure if I would believe them if they did give them. I know that their realtor that they hired said that it wasn't going to affect our property value, but two of our local realtors, which you guys should have the paperwork from them, state that it will probably drop our property value by 2%. And you should have those letters in front of you. I'm just asking that you vote no. Thank you.
My name is Peter Christodoulos. I don't have notes. I didn't make a speech for you or anything like that. I'm just going to talk straight from the heart. I live out there and I'm going to be involved with this solar panel deal. I don't think it's a good thing. I have deer on my property. I have turkeys. Last year I raised a garden where I had tomato plants that were this high. I feed my family. I feed my friends. I raised a lot of plants. I had over 600 plants last year, and everything I gave away. My father did it. Where I grew up in Gary, he took care of the whole neighborhood. I do the same thing. The soil is good. It's a sandy soil. Everything grows wonderful there. It's unbelievable. The crops you grow. You take away the corn in this area here. We saw what happened when they raised the price of fuels. We saw how ribeye steak now costs $25. What do you think is going to happen when they take away the corn? This is China trying to do this to us, to defeat us, to take away our food supplies. It's not Spain. I mean, we can look beyond that. We're not foolish. You know, there's a movement in this country now, and we've seen it with this last election. People are waking up. You know, the politics in this country is going to change because people are not, we're not mesmerized by the media throwing propaganda at us every day. Our eyes are open. I've got a picture right here on my phone of me holding a 3-day-old baby deer in my arms. I was an avid hunter my whole life. That changed that. What they're going to do to us here is going to take away that baby deer. That baby deer is not going to be there. The turkeys aren't going to be there. I mean, this land means more than, if they want to build a solar farm, go out in the desert. Who gives a crap? Go out there and put as many as you want out there. Don't take away good farmland and our food sources. I mean, that's insane. Anybody that votes for this is not, if it was in your backyards or your backyards, you would vote against it. I guarantee you would. You don't want to drive home and look at something. You know, these windmills and these solar panels, they're ugly. I love looking at trees and crops and deer, and we've got eagles out there. This impact on our water system. I've got a well. I mean, it's not too far away. Like that one lady said, there was tritium in the water from ComEd. They had to go out and give those people bottles of water every day gallons of water because they couldn't drink their water. It'll probably be contaminated forever. Don't do this, please. I'm talking from the heart, and I'm asking you people, please vote from the heart. This is wrong. Let them put it out in a desert. Let them put it in their own country. We don't need that. You want to put up another nuclear station, go ahead. We don't need this, please. Vote with your heart, please.
Hi, Mike Bellaccio. I'm opposed to this. I'm speaking about the solar field. In the agenda today, it says commercial solar facility. It doesn't say local, homegrown farm, solar farm, small entity, local guys, couple, 3 or 4 guys get together, pool some money and put in a 80-acre solar farm and get it up and running and make a couple bucks, a little bit of entrepreneurship. No, it says commercial solar facility. They're asking for a special use, which some of it was approved, some of it was denied. We don't know where the state stands on anything at this point. We're just, everybody spoke about that. Where I'm going to ask is, when this gets approved and it is a commercial solar facility, if I was to go out and say, I want to start a quarry on 3,600 acres, and I'm going to lease it from 27 farmers, and I'm going to open this ground for the next 100 years with a potential to grow, I don't know, to the east, another 5 miles, 4 miles of Will County over there. You could keep going because they've said this is open to expansion. They've said it in open meeting. It should be in the minutes. So if I come in and say that, so you say to me, you can't do that because you're going to disturb the ground. It'll never be the same. Well, this is commercial solar facility, and I'm going to pay the taxes on my quarry, and you're going to tax me at an industrial rate. Yet they have a special agreement that the legislation has put in that they'll only be taxed at a rate of production of per kilowatt, right? Or I'm sorry. So if it's a 300 megawatt, they're going to get taxed at a 300 megawatt. If they produce 1 megawatt in their first year, that's what this county board's going to get. And the chair asked that last meeting that we were able to, before it got tabled, the chairperson was not impressed by the $29 or $41 per acre that the county was going to get. It was something along them lines. Very minimal amount that they were going to rake in. So I'm wondering if we had a couple months for Acciona to figure out how to grease that up a little bit and adjust it. My next thing was, so I've done a little studying. Hey, I don't have very good notes here. I'm just a regular guy. I do know that I looked into the decibels. They fall well within the decibel rating. They told us that at an open meeting too, if anybody remembers that. They're in the 50 plus or minus, under 60 decibels for noise level, almost exactly what the noise level is out there now, like you won't ever hear it. Okay, let's look into simple Google search of frequencies that are emitted by solar panels. They fall into that 50 decibel range too. Most people are not affected by them. But like anything else, there are people that are affected by frequencies. Animals, people, bugs, everything is affected by it. The heat is the other thing. The heat generated off of 3,600 acres of solar fields reflecting. Nobody can tell you because a lot of these things are in deserts, or where they have jammed them in is in the woods of Kentucky. You pick it wherever they slid them in. Nobody's really given a global, the knowledge is not there, or it's not published, or whatever they're doing with it is not getting out to the people. There's a huge reflection there. Beautiful snow out there today. A lot of people I was looking across the fields. Most of them are white, look pretty nice. Hopefully deer hunting's good this weekend. You know, that's just something I wanted to say. On another level, last meeting, folks were here bashing their own land. I don't know if they're here today or not, My wife is second generation. My son will be third generation on our little 15 acres there. Hopefully we can hold on to it for as long as we can. I'll just call them out. There's some over on O'Hughes Road. There's some on other roads that have been 100-year farms. Been in the family for 100 years. But now all of a sudden in the last year, 2 years, a fishing expedition comes through throwing money at them. All of a sudden, this land is not able to provide for my family. I call BS on that. I say, it provided for your grandparents, your grandparents, your parents, you and your children still live there. It has not went into receivership foreclosure. The taxes have always been paid by someone because you still live there in your houses. So you can explain that all you want. That is just greed. That is 100% greed. And I don't give a care what happens down the road. That's what that says. There's other people that I understand that a lot of the land that they rent is being consumed by this. And the people that are putting it into this are taking away their productive land that they've been farming or renting or leasing. So they kind of don't have an option. It's either we follow this along or we're done. So there's a lot of sides to this, but where it all comes down to is this board has to realize and recognize 1,000+ signatures of a habitat. Now, it's not just a human habitat, it's animal habitat. There's a good portion of this that is directly across or connected, adjoining minus Smiley Road, adjoining the forest preserve. And this funnel effect that one of our colleagues spoke about of all this fencing is definitely going to funnel the deer to wherever they can go. Once again, to the forest preserve. The forest preserve is set up to preserve the land. How can you put something that's not going to preserve the land right across the street from something that's going to affect it so tremendously, 3,600 acres worth? I don't even think there probably is close to a couple thousand acres of forest preserve down there. I'm not even sure about the amount, but right across the street. So vote with your hearts, vote what's right. And that's what it comes down to. It's a habitat for people, animals, everyone that's out there. Minus 27 is a vote that comes through this. This should be a constituent or a what do you call it? Of this board, a speaking body is speaking volumes. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Vincent Burke. I live on Zilm Road in Custer Park. I'll be directly affected by this project. The back of my property extends into Horse Creek. And I wanted to say something I really didn't have on the agenda. I heard somebody about it, that I noticed that we have a stream of concrete trucks coming down to Kankakee County, which is right near my property, because they approved the solar project. And I'm sure they're anchoring all these panels down with concrete. Now they're digging holes. All this was farmland. There are field tiles. When I built my house on my 10 acres, I hit field tiles. I had a county inspector. I had to reroute those field tiles around my house. Is there going to be an inspector down here watching every single hole that they're drilling? And if they hit a field tile, are they going to make them redirect it? And then we got to deal with the concrete down the road. What are they going to do with that? But that wasn't on my agenda until I heard somebody mention field tiles. I didn't hear about this project right away, like a lot of us did not. We didn't get any information, nothing in the mail. Nobody notified us. I missed some of the first 2 or 3 meetings about this project, but I've been coming ever since. This is the 3rd meeting I've been to. But I oppose this project vehemently. It's funny, the only time I got any information on this project was after I came out publicly and said I was opposed to it. All of a sudden, Acciona, whatever the hell their name is, all of a sudden I'm getting all this information, emails, stuff in the mail. Gee, where was this when They came out with this project years ago. Well, seemed like they're only interested when people are against it. And then people talking about the soil quality is poor. Isn't it funny? They've been farming this land for years. Them and their ancestors are the people they bought this property from. It used to be, at one time, you could see the rows of corn separately. Today, with all the new strains of seed, they can pretty much farm corn on practically any soil condition. And try and see on developed corn if you could even see the rows anymore. You can't. They've been able to engineer this corn to where it's growing so close together, you can't see the rows. I'm surprised the combines are able to find it. So poor soil conditions, oh, give me a break. Snap out of it. It's more like money conditions have improved. That's what it's all about. Why aren't they doing this over in Spain or France or wherever the heck they're from? Is their land that much more valuable over there and there are people against it that they're not building them overseas? All of a sudden it's very attractive here. A lot of it's the subsidies, the giveaways by our government to produce these things. Dip-dee-dee-boop-boop. Let me move on. Oh, I've heard this thing called solar farm. I said this before at one other meeting. This thing is no more a farm than a cemetery is an amusement park. This thing is a full-blown production facility of electricity. It's like a factory. It is not a farm, not in any way, shape, or form. So get that out of your head right away. I like the way they paid real estate experts who sided with them. Gee, isn't that funny? That it doesn't affect your property value. How many of these people from Axiona actually live next to one of these facilities or own a property next to these facilities and actually believe that that property value is not going down when you put up an 8 to 10 foot chain link fence with barbed wire on it? Oh, come on. Just some common sense. You don't have to listen to these silly experts that are paid for by their deep pockets. Come on, use some common sense. I know none of them or board members here would want to live surrounded by these fences and these panels. What a crock. Our own real estate professionals have said it's definitely going to affect your property value. The 8 to 10 foot fencing that they're going to put around it in no way adds to the beauty of the surrounding landscape, but it's more suited to the functionality of a high security prison. You know, my property is bordered by Horse Creek, which is a major source of water to many of the forms of wildlife down by us, which you've heard about. This wildlife access will be cut off from their natural migration patterns and to this source of water. It's a huge source of water for these animals because of the huge fenced-in areas that once gave them free and easy access to this vital natural resource. Please vote no on this proposed industrial facility. And please vote today on this issue. We've had enough continuances and time spent on this thing. And it's funny, the last continuance just happened to go past the recent elections. You know, that was kind of funny. But enough wasting our time. And when it's so strongly opposed by the majority of the people living in this area that are affected by this project. Thank you very much.
Good morning. I'm Wanda Alderson. I live in Custer Park. Thank you for giving us the time to speak. There's a lot of people that touched on some of the issues that I'm going to also touch on, and they've done a great job. This is a very personal issue to a lot of people. Solar energy itself is intermittent at best. It's unreliable and consumes large quantities of land, as you very well know. This energy plant is only sufficient because of U.S. taxpayer dollars and RECs that are returned from the electricity customers. Someone talked about the efficiency of these plants. I'm citing data from the China Electric Council, and all of these panels are made in China. So the capacity factor of the Chinese solar equipment was 14.7%. So a 200 megawatt produces less than 1/6 of that on average. It's my understanding the actual tax amount that they're charged for by the county is based on production. Based on that comment, I don't think any of the quotations that they have given about $430,000 a year to the county, $700,000 a year to the school district is going to even come close if this is produced. How many acres of land would it take for the proposed green energy efforts? There are 30 landowners that will financially benefit from this. The rest of us won't even see a drop of electricity because it is all going to be sold to Amazon. This utility scale solar energy plant does not comply with the land use plan that was adopted by Will County. It does not comply with the land use plan that the 1997 and 2006 Custer Park zoning boards put together. It does not comply with Will South Cook Soil and Water Basin Conservation District. With LISA scores of 185 above, they recommend that they are preserved. The combined LISA score of this property is 211. The U.S. EPA Powering Act and the Illinois Power Agency Act agreed that these plants should be built on contaminated lands. The Repowering Act states EPA initiative encourages renewable energy development on current and formerly contaminated lands, landfills, and mine sites when that development is aligned with the community's vision. The targeted sites for these facilities include brownfields, Superfund sites, and other sites that need to be repaired or recovered to the benefit of Illinois residents. The Illinois Power Agency Act states the same thing. This isn't a brownfield site. This isn't a contaminated site. It's farmland that's going to be used to feed us. It seems to me if the U.S. EPA and the Illinois Power Agency Act and the ICC all believe that these places should be built on contaminated lands, we should also agree. Our community members do not want this in our area. On September 3rd, 2024, HB 8277, sponsored by Mary Miller, passed the House. This act is cited as the Preserving America's Farmland Act. In general, this bill is to conduct studies on the effects of solar panel installations and the conversion to covered farmland. This includes studying decommissioning as well as the value of properties in the surrounding area. Mary Miller stated, "I am very concerned with the America's prime farmland being covered with solar panel installations. Food security is national security, and if we cover our soil with solar panels, we will become dependent upon our adversaries to feed American families. Protecting America's farmland is crucial to protecting productive agriculture." On September 9th of this year, HB 8631 was passed in the U.S. House of Representatives. This bill is to stop all purchases of lithium batteries from China and is awaiting the next step. It's my belief that these are just two of many legislations to come. Your local unions in Will County as well as across this state, are currently petitioning legislators and the governor to slow down green energy, to revamp this bill, release funding for our pipelines. They're calling on the governor to utilize one of our state's greatest natural resources, natural gas. And speaking about the lithium batteries and that bill, in the land use staff report, they talk about a 33-acre parcel and a 300 megawatt battery storage facility that was applied for and withdrawn. We knew nothing about this. Why was it withdrawn? The land use staff says it may require additional zoning. Is that the plan? All of the attached drawings in their documents say preliminary. Does that mean that they can just come in at will and change everything and not have to come back to this board? A battery storage facility of this size is opening a whole different can of worms. There are so many people fighting these facilities, and they're working on changing the law. We live in the country. Winds are substantial and sustained. If a fire occurs, all our homes are at risk. What's this going to do to our homeowners insurance, our ISO ratings? We have very small fire departments. There is no fire suppression for this. Acciona stated that at the last meeting. Acciona also has stated that they recycle all their solar panels, but they have not provided a viable local facility where this can be done. I've attended both the public meetings they held in Custer Park, and at the first one, I specifically asked if they were going to recycle those facilities or panels. And they told us that it was going to be put in the landfill. I understand that our landfill only has 10 to 15 years left. Recycling these panels is very cost prohibitive. There's a lot of reports out there that talk about the money they receive for the recycled materials and how they end up being $225,000 in debt. What's in place to stop Acciona from selling this to China if they build it, or to anybody else? How would the board guarantee that all payments are made for decommissioning so the county doesn't have to pay for it should they go bankrupt or out of business? Some recent headlines suggest that's possible. Spain's Acciona downsizing renewable energy business in Brazil. Acciona Energy reportedly launches sale of 680 megawatt portfolio. Spain's Acciona hires BNP to sell renewable assets. The US EPA states hazardous waste testing on solar panel has indicated metals present in the semiconductor and the solder, lead, cadmium, and numerous others that are harmful to human health in high levels. Once it's put into the landfill, it now becomes solid waste, and it's a different animal and leaches more chemicals. Other people have told you about our aquifers and that we're on public wells and we have high water tables. We don't need that in our wells. They're cancer-causing agents. There's an 85-page report written by Mary McClinton Clay, dated March 15th, 2022. It contains peer-reviewed documentation of the decline of property values near utility scale and commercial solar farms of up to 30%. I've not heard of Acciona coming around and offering an indemnification agreement to any homeowner. I'd like to give you a little visual. It's not going to be bigger than this because I didn't know how to do it, but Braidwood Lake, that's the picture of it. It's 2,100 acres. This solar farm is 3,600 acres. This little solar farm here is 147 acres. Do you know what you're doing to us? This top photo I took in October on a parcel of land that is going to be covered with solar panels. There are 3 bald eagles in that picture. Two adults, 1 juvenile. The rest of those photos are pictures that I took this fall. This is what we look at every day. This is what we see. This is where we choose to live. 10 miles from the nearest loaf of bread. 10 miles from the nearest gallon of gas. Some of us much further. That's what we see. That's why we live there. That's where we want to be. Someone told me one time, doesn't matter whether you're walking on a mountain, going fishing, renting a home, leave it better than you found it. Is this leaving it better than we found it? Do you want this in your backyard? Is this what you want to see every day? Is this what you want to leave for our grandchildren? Your constituents are begging you to vote no. We are working diligently to make changes in the government. I believe this is a utility scale solar farm. I do not believe you have to vote no. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Dante Dominella. I'm speaking on behalf of the Acciona Solar Panel development in Custer Township. I do not know the number of that item. I want to express my support for the project. As we've heard about, the project will provide numerous benefits, including job creation and economic growth, and boost tax base to the community. The project will contribute to the reduction of greenhouse gases and help Illinois maintain or reach its renewable energy by 2050. And then lastly, I think the benefits of the project, it will preserve the open space for the future. It can be returned to agricultural or future development. It's not like a warehouse or trucking terminal or residential subdivision where that farmland will never be returned to its original use. And I think that's an important criteria because sooner or later the land will be developed. It may not be here and now, but at some point there will be development, as has happened in the county before. I think sometimes the obvious gets hidden, and the choice to own property is a basic constitutional right and represents a fundamental aspect of personal and economic freedom, and the ability to develop the property for uses permitted by the county, along with other various agencies and jurisdiction, is all of our rights as a property owner. I respect my neighbor's rights to have organic farms or storage or RV, whatever the case may be, as long as it's permitted within the code. Solar facilities are allowed as conditional uses on agricultural land in unincorporated Will County and are subject to the various restrictions that have been set up in the code. Such regulations are all consistent with state law, and including but not limited to 55 ILCS 5-5 12020, the Illinois Counties Code. Our developer is doing everything in compliance with these ordinances, so there will be no impact on the surrounding communities. I would say, if I would ask myself the question, if I were a board member, is it my job to assess the efficiency of solar panels? Is it my job to assess the manufacturing locations of solar panels? Is it my job to assess the beneficiaries and ownership of a development company? And is it my job to assess construction means and methods? There are ordinances, laws in place in the county that regulate and govern how this will happen and when it will happen, and the timing of how it will happen. And lastly, I would ask, do we assess the difference in, we heard a lot about wells and water today. Do we do we assess the tons of chemicals that Monsanto dumps on the fields every year for the raising of crops? I'd call your attention lastly to the seal on the back wall of 1836. And what's on that seal is infrastructure. So there are trains, waterways, maybe a power plant, maybe a factory. Will County is not the same as it was in 1836. It's lost some farmland and it's changed. But we have to look to the future and say, what is this going to be and how will this best suit the next generation? I'll just close with, it's difficult to drive a car when you're looking in the rearview mirror. You'll get in an accident. You have to look out the windshield.
Almost there. Let's please try to keep our decorum.
We all good? Okay, my name is Mike Newbro. I'm here about the Axuna project. I am for it, all right? Most of the people that are against it are friends, family, not family, neighbors. Known them all my life, lived here all my life. I serve on a Will County board for the Farm Bureau. I served on Corn Growers Board. I'm a farmer. The biggest point I have to the board, I think the last speaker took a little bit of some of my statements away. I don't want to be over redundant, but the biggest thing I'm going to come out with this is I want the board to be put in a landowner's position. Okay. I want you guys to think, okay, you're the owner of one of the 100-acre farms that's going to include in this. Okay. So now everybody's coming up here and telling you that you can't do that. It's our land. Well, is it your land or is it our land now? Okay. If you own a farm and you want to create a bee, you want to grow bees and have honey, and well, the neighbor's kid is allergic to bees. Do they have the right to tell you, no, you can't have bees, you can't have honey? Do you think as a board, you have the right to control what is legal? All right. Acciona has done all their due diligence. This has been out for many years. The public's known about it. They want to talk up. I don't want to argue with you guys. I'm never going to change your guys' mind. I'm not. And I respect I was here not too long ago.
Talk to the board, please, sir. Yeah, we don't want to.
Okay. I was here not too long ago. One of my neighbors was here. They currently have, and it's certified, it is a vineyard. It's one of the only vineyards in Illinois. Okay. I was here to speak against it, only to make my voice known. That was it, knowing that it was going to pass. The reason it should have passed is because it's his property. He should have the right to do that. Okay. But I didn't want it to pass. Want to know why? Because it makes my life a little less comfortable. When I spray, I have to watch where that drift goes. I got to make sure I'm in total control. Okay. It puts some gray hair on me. Okay. Do I like it? No. Is it their property? Yes. None of the people that are involved in this property or in the project, none of them were coerced. None of them, they were asked. We chose to do it. It was our choice. The reason why we think it's our choice, it's our property. Yes, I understand how it affects some people. Now, as a board, or as the last speaker spoke, Acciona should be held accountable for all the good questions that come across. If you want to do your due diligence as a board and you want to do the research and make sure that their panels are environmentally friendly, if you want to do that, that is a job that you guys can control. You guys should do your due diligence. Okay? However, I don't believe you as a board should have the control to decide if they meet all the legal things that they need to do. I don't think you have a responsibility or a say in what owners of properties, owners of households, owners of farmland, if the property had, we were talking and they were saying, if they want to put it in conservation, I don't believe you as a board should take my farm away and put it in conservation. It's no different. I don't think you as a board should be able to take my property away from me because they found artifacts on it from Indians, and I can no longer sell that property to some development company that wants to build houses, put solar property on it, do anything else. I don't believe you have the authority to take that property away from me. Now, if you own it, okay. But there's no authority of the board that you should be able to say, I think this is wrong, so I'm going to say no. If you can find if you can find environmental studies that say, hey, no, this is wrong, you know what? I'll get on board with you. But you're not going to fight as a Will County. We're going all the way. We're going, because this is across the country. Will County is not the first county. Illinois is not the first state. These solar projects have been going on for some time. There are many, do your research. There are many solar projects that are this big in different states that can go ahead and they're sustainable. Okay? I guess that's my biggest hiccup is the fact that not that it's right, not that it's wrong, but if it meets the legal things that everybody asked, you guys set the board, you guys you guys did the legals, okay? You guys made the laws, you got to do this, you got to do that, you have to pass this. Soil and Water's been through it. Farm Bureau's passed it, Soil and Water's passed it, Conservation's passed it. They've all passed it. They've all approved it. Now it's just coming down to, and I understand there's people that are against it, but it's them saying that you have the authority to tell us what to do with our property. That's where I think you guys really need to step back and think about what you're legally supposed to do and what you're morally obligated to do. I thank you very much for your time.
Sir, we cannot, can we get the deputy, sir, we don't yell like that. If you would like to make a comment, you can please come up here and speak and say your name. Please, you're more than welcome to come in public comment after this gentleman and say your piece. We're not going to yell.
Good morning, Board. My name is Mark Mitchell. I'm Superintendent for Reed Custer School District 255. The proposed project lies within our district boundaries, and I'm here simply to talk facts for you this morning, not to debate the issue. We have a very concentrated tax base for our school district. And that tax base is what educates our students. And what I mean by a concentrated tax base is that a lot of our tax revenue comes from a single tax source. In this case, that would be Constellation's Braidwood Nuclear Station. Encompasses over 60% of our local tax revenue. So I am asking you, as you listen and reflect on all the comments from this morning, that you also just review the tax benefits to the local taxing bodies related to this project. The projections that I saw state that we would see as a district over $1 million the first year, approximately $800,000 annually after, for a total of approximately $24 million over the life of the project. So when you're listening to all the comments, I ask that you also look at that and consider that at the end of the day. So I thank you for your time.
I just have one comment for the people that are for this. The
State your
farm,
name again, sir. I'm sorry.
Peter Christodoulos.
Thank you.
I'm sorry for interrupting. I apologize. I don't know how this works. I was just caught in a moment, and the gentleman was up here saying that he has the right to do whatever he wants to with his property. And I agree 100%. I don't want anybody coming and telling me I can't have a garden, or I can't feed my deer, or I can't do this, or I can't do that. I don't want anybody telling me that. I don't think anybody has a right. But if I do something that is going to affect the people around me, if I do something, if I put something in my garden that's going to contaminate the wells of my neighbors, then there's a problem. Then I'm hurting somebody else. What this company is going to do is going to contaminate our wells. I don't care what they say. I don't care who they get up here. These suits up here making thousands of dollars, coming here to talk to you and tell you how nice it's going to be. It's not. It's not. Please, please. This is our wells. I don't want to go to the store to buy water every day just so I can take a shower. Please don't do this. Please vote against it.
My name's Mike Newbrough. I'll be up here for just a second time since you let him speak twice. I thought it would be okay.
Not if you're repeating what you've just said. So
Nope.
you can respond to what, yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of in response,
Yeah,
but it
so
is.
you're not
It's
repeating
exact.
it.
I want the board to understand exactly what he said. I am 100% for. Exactly. That's where I said, I just wanted to reiterate. I had already said it. He repeated what I said. Your board as a job for you guys, you need to make sure that you've done your due diligence and that the soil and water has done their due diligence and that the conservation has done their due diligence. I don't want my water to be contaminated either. I believe it won't be. I believe all the studies that I've seen. I believe all of that. But as long as you guys need to do your own due diligence and make sure that what I believe is correct, okay, and not wrong. That's where I believe, you know what I mean? That's where I'm trying to say, it's not about what we want. I don't think you should have the choice to say that we should do this with our property, okay? But you should be able to say, hey, this is wrong. But once again, it goes to your other legal bodies that have already passed it. So thank you very much.
I think we are done with public comments and discussion. All right, Chair. Hold on, let me get the answer.
Madam Executive, I'd like to make a motion to close public hearing.
Motion by Pretzel, second by Ogala. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Balich. Trainier.
Close.
Dean Schleppman. Van Dyne. Pretzel.
Yes.
Butler. Newquist. Richmond. Parker. Williams. Diaz. Winfrey. Coleman. Logan. Freeman. Revis. Berkowitz. Mueller. Postem. Ogala.
The public hearing is now closed. And Chair, before I give it back to you, just so the members know, we'll get through land use and then we will take a break if people need to use the restroom.
Bless you. Thank you, Madam Executive. First up on the agenda, postponed from the September 18th County Board meeting. Ordinance amending the Will County, Illinois zoning ordinance as amended for zoning case ZC 24025. Property owners AEUG Will Solar LLC, applicant Brian Dunnebeck of Acciona Energy USA Global, doing business as AEUG Will Solar LLC, agent and Christian Spacia of Spacia and Taylor attorney, requesting special use permit for commercial solar energy facility, a variance for number of required mowing from 5 to 2 times, and a variance for maximum ground cover plant height from 13 inches to 36 inches, commonly known as generally south of Smiley Road, east of Essex Road, County Board District Number 1. Before I make a motion on this, I am going to make a motion to postpone this to the February meeting. And let me explain my reasoning behind that. I, along with the other 4 members of the Land Use Committee, did vote no on this in committee. And if I have to vote on it again today, I will also be a no. But I want to be very clear that Acciona wants our approval on this. They do not need it. If we vote this down today, there's a more than likely chance that they're going to go to court. By allowing them more time, by giving them until February, they've expressed to me that their goal is to address some of the concerns that you guys have brought to us today, many of those concerns. So by giving them more time, you may very well get them to make this smaller, make it farther from some of the homes, get them to agree to do soil and water testing and better barriers, taller fences. I don't know. But they have expressed to me that they want to talk to you and they do want to get this board's approval on this. They might not get it. I don't know where it's going to go. Like I said, I don't like this project in its current form, but I do think giving them more time to talk to you is a positive thing. So for those reasons, I will make the motion to table this until the February meeting.
Motion by Pretzel. Goodness. Yeah.
The table. What pressing matter before this committee has to happen that this should be tabled?
Are you asking motion to table or motion to postpone?
I'm asking to postpone it, I suppose, until the February County Board meeting.
Thank you. Motion by Pretzel to postpone, seconded by Trinier. Is there any discussion on the postponement? Please raise your button. Sorry, they had my seat. County Board Member Butler.
Yeah.
You were on. There you go.
I don't believe that there is a reason to postpone this because the answer should be the same. Whether or not this land should be used for these solar panels, I think we all understand because we have all agreed that, or we all know that we're losing a lot of farmland, more farmland than any other county in the country. We also know that this farmland, unlike a lot of our farmland, is even better. It's like the best farmland in Will County. We grow a lot of corn and soybean, and we do that because we can. We don't grow tomatoes everywhere. We don't have vineyards like they have there because we don't have that kind of soil all through Will County. It's only specific to that region where we can grow different foods that actually we will eat as people, not just cattle or chickens or for ethanol. This is like a gem. And I think some of the people alluded to that. Most of the soil, while rich, isn't practical for growing food. You have to be able to have it dry out. You can't just have tomatoes be ripe and have a rainstorm and then have people go out and pick at tomatoes. It doesn't work like that. The land has to be dry. But in an area where you have good drainage like this, you can do that. So there's a possibility. We know there's food deserts in our county. We've all agreed that we want to build our infrastructure for our food supply. This is one of the main areas where this can happen. This is not just some farm field. These are important areas for growing food. Okay? I think with these commercial companies coming in, imagine, okay, these companies are coming from all over the world. They're multi-million-dollar companies. These are multi-million-dollar companies coming from all over the world. And for what? Just to drain us of our money. Okay? They're coming in, only they can build these solar fields because the millions of dollars it takes to build them, only they can do it. You don't get subsidies asking the government for money. They put up $30 million and then you could build it. No, you have to be able to pay for it and then you'll get the money back. So really it's only this elite, very wealthy group that gets to do this. And what benefit are these things to the people? Very little benefit to the people. Yes, you can apply. If the number's not too big, you might get a little $20 off your electric bill. If everybody did it, you'd probably get $2 off your electric bill. But they make millions of dollars. Make no mistake. And as far as like anyone here who's concerned about smart cities, The Department of Energy has already said that solar fields cannot supply the amount of energy, not even come close. It's all going to small modular nuclear power plants. They're already planning that. And I'm sure many of you have already heard about that. These solar fields are not going to help us at all. So I'm just saying, we need to take a stand on this. This is a hill to die on. This isn't just any area.
County Board Member Dean Schlottman.
All right, so
Hold on.
it was on.
Okay.
Okay. I know we have voted to table this once. So they've had an opportunity. And I know that the residents have worked diligently and deserve an answer now. They do not deserve to have to wait more. Furthermore, we have had other companies come through, if we're going to use the argument that we can, we let people table. When Jasmine Solar came through, we tabled it once and that was it. They had their time and then we moved forward. And I know a lot of us voted no on that one because the residents came out and spoke passionately both times. And so did the Shorewood mayor, which made some people vote no on it. And I was happy to have that support. So they've had their chance to table. And I feel that it is time for us to do our job for these residents who have been waiting in agony for us to make a decision. That's all I've got.
County Board Member O'Gala. Ayan, I can't see you.
I was on. Oh, maybe if we touch.
There you go. No, go ahead.
I don't know. So I understand a lot of what the people say because I live in the proposed airport footprint in eastern Will County. It's been going on since 1986. So I understand the desire to have the decision made one way or the other. I do think whether we pass it, when we vote to table it or postpone it or not today, or we vote to pass it or not today, that the company still should do the best they can for the residents to make sure that what they're doing is safe there. As far as whether we can or can't vote on it and whether it's legal or not, our hands were tied by the state legislature. There was a lot of lobbying going on. A certain group of the legislature pushed this through during the lame duck session. That is not good legislation that gets passed during lame duck when you're required to have less votes than other times during the year to pass it or not pass it. It tied our hands on what we can do and what we can't do. One thing that this large commercial solar facility wanted was to be able to have one special use permit for the entire site, even though there are a lot of different parcels. We agreed to that. And now, we're learning. And in hindsight, I think that's wrong because we should have had them do like all the other solars. This companies have to get each parcel approved or not approved. And the reason for that is this. If we were able to do that, we could have denied certain parcels from being part of it because it's close to residential and allowed others that are not close to residential. Because it's one SUP, we don't have that choice. And if you look at in Europe, they say that you shouldn't have a solar facility within 1,000 feet of a home. Well, we have somebody who's 215 feet away in this proposed. Another thing that everybody should know is that a special use permit, as a county board, we can vote to support or deny. Granted, the state legislation took that away, but the point is we vote yes or no to a landowner who wants to do something with their parcel of land. And believe me, I live on a farm, so I understand what it is to want to be able to do what you want on your property, but it should not negatively impact others. So when we as a board vote on other cases that come before us, we vote yes or no for a special use permit based upon the facts and based upon the impact of others. So we do that, whether the person has the property rights or not. They do have property rights. We do not allow anything to happen anywhere. There are rules and there are guidelines that we go by. This has come before us for a lot of different reasons, but is not a granted right. It's a special use. And that's why we feel as a board that we can support or oppose things. And we've opposed them when it was close to residents in the past. And we voted that in a bipartisan manner. So I think that is where the problem comes with this project, is that There are so many parcels that are very close within that 1,000 feet, and we don't know the long-term impact at this time. So thank you.
Thank you. County Board Member Trenier.
Thank you, Madam Executive. I just want to say that I agree wholeheartedly with Board Member Pretzel. I think that this would give them the time to deal with the issues that have been brought up, to do more research, to also have time to work closer with some of the property owners that have concerns about how close this project would be to their property. I don't feel that we really have a choice, but because I think that even if we all voted no today, as was mentioned, I do think they will file a lawsuit and then they'll get to do it the way they want. We've had those situations before here in the county and it hasn't worked out well for the resident. I would really like to give them the time that they're requesting so that they might be able to work with some of the residents that aren't happy about a particular aspect of the project. I also understand from last night at our caucus that there is like a rule about how many months these things can go on. And so we truly have to give an answer in February. I'd just like to give them the time to work with the residents to perhaps clear up any misconceptions. Because while I respect everything that they feel and that they said, I did hear some things that I don't believe to be scientific fact. So I do think there is more time that's needed. And so I'll be a yes on the postponement. Thank you.
Thank you. County Board Member Freeman.
Thank you. I too agree with County Board Member Pretzel. The law simply states that, we really don't have a say, the state law. And if it's going to happen anyway at some point, I would like to know that they have done their due diligence too, to make the constituents as more comfortable as they can. And if we do not allow that time, I don't feel like we have done our job. And yes, we did postpone it once, but to postpone it again is not a bad thing. That's why we have the rule of the 60-day window. I mean, the 6 months rule. Anyway, that being said, I will be in favor of postponing.
Thank you. County Board Member Revis.
Thank you. This is the same story that has come in front of the board at least a dozen or more times in my 23 short months being on the board. We have to make a decision on one of these large scale solar projects and find a balance between personal property rights and what the community impact is going to be. Like Chair Pretzel said, Acciona wants our support, but they do not need it. That's thanks to the way the state law is written. But specifically, I guess I'm making a pitch to our board that when we have a reorganization meeting here in a couple weeks, we should consider using the legislative committee to pursue our lawmakers to make the appropriate changes to the solar legislation so we don't find ourselves in this position. We have influence as board members and we can try and influence our state lawmakers to change the law as we see appropriate based on what the residents tell us. So I am, in terms of tabling or not tabling, I think kicking the can down the road doesn't really make a difference on this. I don't think we're going to change anybody's minds on either side of the issue. I'm prepared to vote on it today, but I understand where, Chair Pretzel and the others are coming from that think giving more time is appropriate. So that's my thoughts on it, and I appreciate everyone coming out respectfully sharing their opinion.
County Board Member Balich.
I just want to point out that this board has taken a stand in the past, and we're willing as a board to wait until the state changes their laws. And regarding all this stuff, what Mr. Revis said, we already have our lobbyists working on changing these laws. Because they're not fair to the people in Will County. They're telling us we have to do it. And we are willing to have this law changed. So challenge, not change. I'm using the wrong word, but challenge, change. I want it changed. I don't want it challenged. I want to change it. I want to get it where people have more authority what goes on. I don't like the idea that what I've heard today, when I walked into the room, I thought that maybe it's a good idea to give them some time. But after hearing more about it, I see that it's silly. Whoever's going to vote for it's going to vote yes. Whoever's going to vote for no, they don't need any more time. No one's going to change their mind. And it's absurd after the mandate that we saw in the election that we're going to sit back and not make America first. And if we vote to allow this to happen, we're not following the mandate that the people gave us. And we weren't all up for election, but you got to look at how all this stuff went. And
Focus on the,
yeah, I know,
focus on the.
but I want to,
Yep.
I just want to end with saying, I'm going to vote no to the thing, even though when I walked in here, I thought I was going to vote yes. Because now I'm thinking about it and it's not a good thing. So we should just end it, end up in court and let the judge decide.
Thank you. County Board Member Berkowitz. Oops, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Executive. So I sit on the Land Use and Development Committee with several of the board members here, and we've seen a lot of these projects come through. There have been a lot of comments made about what are our responsibilities as county board members. There are county board responsibilities, but one of the most important responsibilities we have, which is not necessarily in black and white, but it's one of the main reasons why all of us should seek this office, is to represent the voice of the people. We are here to represent the voice of the people, and we have heard resoundingly today about impacts, permanent impacts this project will have. I have seen this disrupt these people's lives for a long time. And the question today is, do we postpone this again? That's not to be taken lightly, because that decision will continue to disrupt all of these people's lives. And when you look at the documentation on our agenda, the names, the people who have signed these petitions, those are all of the people we represent. They may not be here today, but they sent their voice, and we've heard their voice. My biggest concern with this project was the fact that there were a number of residents that are totally surrounded on every side. This is, when you're talking about a home and a heart, and you're talking about people's lives, this is what impacts me every day when I come into this county. That's how that not only do we have facts, but we also have to understand that we are the voice of the people. And I will not be supporting continuing the stress that they are under because of what this project is going to bring. There's so many things that have been discussed today, so there's no point in me reiterating any of it. But I will not be supporting the postponement of this project. I don't fear legislation or any repercussions, because we will continue to address the problems with this legislation, and that's part of our job. We're losing too much farmland. This is impacting our agriculture base. It's impacting the fabric of this community. We have a job to do. We have work to do. We need to bring changes. And in the meantime, we don't need to just step back and throw our hands up in the air and give up. Thank you.
Thank you. County Board Member Richmond.
Thank you. Julie, it's tough to follow because you took away a few of my bullet points, but here's the challenge that we're at. We're handcuffed by the state. The state has put us in a position where we don't have any real authority. If the state wasn't involved, we'd be able to do a better job in representing our citizens in that. Believe me, I'm not a fan of solar power plants. They're not farms, they're power plants. And if we were to change it to a coal power plant or something like that, we wouldn't even be having these conversations. But unfortunately, we're forced in this position to do that. The question that I always ask all these solar people that come before us is, would you live next to it? Would you want this next to your parents' or your grandparents' house? And I can never get an answer. For me, that speaks volumes, because at the end of the day, that's what I always look at, is if anyone that's up here with any of these situations, would I want my friends, my family, my parents, my grandparents, they're passed away, unfortunately, but would I want that for them? And that's something that I think needs to be considered. Now, if it's forced down our throats by the state, I'm not for postponing this, but what we need to do is do a better job of taking and breaking these parcels out, like Judy said, and making it so this way we can identify situations where it's not 250 feet next to somebody's house. It can be 1,000 feet. We can address wells and things like that and try and break these down into smaller parcels. Because I hear that there's bigger ones coming our way, and we can't make the same mistakes again, because the state doesn't really care about you. They've already made their decision. What happens now is we need to get everybody that is opposed to these things, because it's not just Will County. It's all kinds of counties in this state and in this nation. And we need to start focusing on the people that made these decisions, that put us in these positions, and petitioning them to get this straightened out. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. County Board Member Butler, for a second time.
So I know that there's a lot of agreement with Board Member Pretzel. And honestly, you know, Frank's always been the voice of reason, a peacemaker. And I get it. And I hear everybody talking about it. We don't have any power. We can't do anything about it. It's called non-compliance. And they're here before us for a special use permit, and we can either issue it or not. So I think we do have some power. And we're not just talking about any farmland. There's no other farmland like this. This is a small percentage of the land that's available to us. This land above much more land in this county should be prized. And I don't think anyone's going to be upset if we vote no now and let the cards fall where they may, because I got on this board because I figured I was going to help protect my corner of the county. I got to stop worrying about what happens at the federal level and the world level. All I can focus on is here. And that's why I came here. And the people have spoken. They've come, they've asked us to not allow this special use permit, not the right for that person to use their land, but to have a special use set aside from what's normally allowed. That's all. And we have the power to deny that. So anyone who says we don't have the power, so we're just going to do what we're told, they're fooling only themselves. Every one of those people that believe that should reconsider that and think, hey, here in this seat that I was elected for, I do have some power and I can do something, and I will vote no to this.
County Board Member Dean Schlotman.
So I know, once again, this is piggybacking a little bit off of
And
that.
this is just regarding postponing,
Yeah,
so let's keep it
postponing.
brief.
Yep.
Yeah, thank you.
When we talk about the fact that whatever we're going to do is going to send it into, say, the courts. Well, I think that that's been sort of a game plan for a lot of people. They don't like a law. Let's send it in the courts. Let's push back on it and see if we can get it changed, because that's when it gets attention. And I know the people want attention on this. And the only way we get that is in a court system most of the time. So going forward, they want to come, and we've got other cases that I think are still pending. I don't think anything has been decided on them yet. So when they come forward, if there's going to be pushback, then we need to push back. That is the only way that we are going to help make change, pushing back on our legislators. And then if it's in the courts, it's going to get more attention.
County, Chair Pretzel to close.
Thank you. So I hesitated to talk twice here, but I feel like I need to. So with all due respect to my fellow friends and board members here, I feel like most of your comments were more about the overall case and not about whether or not we should postpone this. And again, I do not like this project. I don't think in its current form it should happen. But the reason I think it's important to give them a couple more months is it will make this project more palatable for the people that live in that area. They're never going to like it, but we can get them to make positive changes. If we vote it down today, which maybe we will, I feel like people are going to leave here happy like they won, but they're going to win the battle and lose the war. This project in its current form is awful. There are literally panels 200 feet from people's homes. We can get them to change that. And then still, if we vote it down, they're going to go to court, but they'll probably stick with the changes that they made. We voted no today, they're going to go to court, most likely win, and they're going to ram this right down their throats in its current form. So go ahead, let's vote it. Let's not give them time today to work with these people and make this project better. And let's see what happens. Thank you.
All right, so we have a motion to postpone, and we have a motion and we had a second. I'm sorry, one more. A postponement to February 20th. It's Chair, motion was made by, was made by Pretzel, seconded by Trenier. Madam Clerk, please call the roll. This is to postpone.
Balich. Trainier. Dean Schlottman.
You gotta let us go through.
Dean Schlottman. Van Dyne.
Yes.
Pretzel.
Yes.
Butler. Newquist.
Yes.
Richmond. Parker. Williams. Diaz. Winfrey. Coleman. Logan. Freeman. Revis. Berkowitz.
Yes or no? I can chair the meeting. Yes. Yes.
Mueller. Costa. Ogalla. Balich.
What's it? I don't know. I lost count. Twelve in the affirmative, the motion carries for postponement. Chair.
Next on the agenda, number 2, ordinance amending the Will County, Illinois zoning ordinance as amended for zoning case ZC 24078. Municipal Trust and Savings Bank Trust 2282, owner of record Timothy Hayes of Western Rivers LLC, and Cass Wenland of Wenland and Associates Attorney, requesting a special use permit for construction, sales, and services located in Monee Township, commonly known as 6525 West Stager Road, Monee, Illinois, County Board District Number 3. This passed both PZC and land use with full approval, unanimous approval, and I so move.
Motion by Pretzel, seconded by Revis. Any discussion? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Balich. Trainier. Dean Schlottman. Van Dyne. Pretzel.
Yes.
Butler. Newquist. Richmond. Parker? Yes. Williams? Diaz? Winfrey? Coleman? Logan? Freeman? Revis? Berkowitz?
Yes.
Mueller? Yes. Costa? Ogalla? 19. Ballich was away.
Oh, 19 in the affirmative, the motion carries.
Thank you. I have two resolutions today. First up, 24-281, authorizing a second extension for special use permit ZC 22003, special use permit for construction, sales, and services with three conditions. McMahon Farms LLC, owner of record, Richard Kavanaugh of KGG LLC, attorney. This is in Moni Township, commonly known as 2406 Offner Road, Beecher, Illinois, County Board District Number 3, and I so move.
Motion Berkowitz.
Motion by Pretzel, seconded by Berkowitz. Any discussion? Previous roll, County Board Member Dean Schlottman.
I just want to know why they're postponing a second time.
I'm going to defer to staff on this one.
Is there someone from staff, County Board, Dean Schlottman would like to know what the postponement reason is? These are questions.
Brian Radner from the Land Use Department. The reason for the extension request is that the applicant is working through the building permitting process. And it was an existing structure and there was a holdup because it's 2 stories of whether they needed an elevator or not. And they ended up getting an exemption from the state. So now they're just wrapping up the building permit process and hopefully a permit will be issued soon.
Thanks, Brian.
Thank you. Any other questions? Is there a previous roll call by Winfrey, seconded by Parker? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Next, the 24-282, the 2025 Will County Comprehensive Noxious Weed Work Plan, and I so move.
Motion by Pretzel, seconded by Revis. Previous roll call by Dean Schlottman, seconded by Ogalla. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you. And our next Land Use and Development Committee meeting will be announced. We do not have a date yet.
All right, thank you. Before we move on to finance, I'd like to take a motion to take a 10-minute recent motion by Ogalla, seconded by Mueller. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Let's start gathering our fellow colleagues. All right. I think from what I understand, the two last board members are behind the podium talking. Oh, there they are. Okay, yeah. All right, there you go. I didn't either. Sorry. All right, you ready, Chair? Sure. Is it red? I
Good.
can't,
Yeah,
I can't
it's
see yours.
good.
I can't.
All right, so we're ready to go. Good afternoon,
Good
everyone.
afternoon.
So first item up today is a public hearing for the fiscal year 2025 annual budget and appropriations ordinance. So I'd like to open the public hearing.
Motion by Chair Richmond to open the public hearing for the budget, seconded by Dean Schlottman. Any discussion on that? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Balich. Trainier. Dean Schlottman. Van Dyne.
Yes.
Pretzel.
Yes.
Butler. Newquist. Richmond.
Yes.
Parker. Williams. Diaz. Winfrey. Coleman. Logan.
Yes.
Freeman. Revis.
Yes.
Berkowitz. Mueller. Costa. O'Gala.
We are now in open public hearing for the 2025 annual budget and appropriation. Is there anyone here who would like to speak on the budget from the audience or in the community? Budget going once? Twice? Wait. I thought you said you're not public. And 3 times. Okay, so I now need a,
I do have one question, and I think something,
about the
about the budget, and there was something that came up last night in regards to the opioid funds. Is this a good time to
yeah,
talk?
no, you can do it before we
When we go to?
when we actually vote on it. Yeah.
All right,
Go ahead,
good.
discussion. Okay.
Thank you very much.
All
I just
right.
wanted clarification for
Yep.
folks.
So with that, can I get a motion to close the public hearing? Motion by O'Gala, seconded by Winfrey. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Balich. Trainier. Dean Schlattman. Van Dyne. Pretzel.
Yes.
Butler. Newquist. Richmond.
Yes.
Parker. Williams. Diaz. Winfrey. Coleman. Logan. Freeman. Revis.
Yes.
Berkowitz. Mueller. Costa. O'Gala.
Public hearing is now closed. Chair Richmond, would you like to ask your question before we begin?
No, I think what we can do is we can just ask it, and when we get to the.
Oh, okay, there wasn't anything in the general. Okay. All right.
What I want to do is clarification, some of the stuff that
Okay.
transpired from yesterday afternoon to this morning, and that's
Oh,
all. So,
Okay,
can we do it under number 2 then? Is that?
that is fine.
Okay,
So-
all right. So number 2, Resolution 24-283, Annual Budget and Appropriations Ordinance of the County of Will, State of Illinois for the fiscal period beginning December 1st of 2024 and ending November 30th, 2025. And I would like to speak first after we
Okay, thank
get
you.
this on the floor. So I'd like to make that motion.
Motion by Richmond, seconded by O'Gala. Chair Richmond.
Okay. So, and I know I did, there was some conversations from yesterday late in the day in an email and that, but I was wondering if Rashawn could just, maybe she can help answer some of these questions, or just a question. It came up yesterday that there was a discussion regarding the opioid funds. And are the federal opioid funds in the county executive's budget? And I do, you like to, if you're going to ask a question, you should know the answer to it too, but I want to make sure that it's clear for everybody so that everybody understands. So I know, Rashawn, there was a little bit of discussion this morning, so maybe if you could clear that up, and then I think we could go from there. Did you need me to repeat the question? You're good.
Repeat the question.
Okay, so under the federal opioid settlement funds, are they in the county executive's budget? Because there's that code 110 and 120, and if you could explain the 2 different codes, that would be great.
Sure. So the opioid funds, to clarify, is not in the county executive's budget per se. They are a special fund. However, the numbering structure, the department is under the county executive. So as you mentioned, 110 is under county board's authority, and 120 is under the county executive's authority. What that means is that the county executive is responsible for the day-to-day in which the opioid funds falls under that purview. Responsible in the finance department is responsible for the day-to-day, for the reporting. However, the direction comes from county board either by resolution or some type of direction to the executive's office as to how those funds are dispersed.
Okay, and if I could, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I think also what I heard too is 120 means that monies can come in occasionally, and that's why it's listed as 120. Is that?
So
maybe we're getting too deep in the weeds for everybody, but
I think you are
I
getting a
want to
little
make sure everybody
getting
understands.
too deep in the woods. So it's just a matter as how the numbering is structured. Anything still has to be approved by county board. The funding is dispersed based upon the action set forth by county board. The executive's office just execute based on that direction. Is that clear?
Yeah, and I think that, so then what you're saying is that the county board still has some say-so access, that type of
Correct.
stuff. Okay,
Yes.
I think that might answer everybody's questions, because I know there was some concern or confusion, and I just always want to try and be as transparent as possible, make sure that we have all the information before we move forward on anything, especially when it deals with money and that. So, Rashawn, thank you very much for your assistance.
Yes.
Did you want to continue to speak on before, I mean, we're in
No.
discussion, so we're, yeah.
So,
Yeah.
I mean, I think this budget process went fairly smooth this year. I mean, if we go back to the discussion of the levy at 2.0, we tried to come out in at 0.75, which would have reduced the taxpayers' obligation by $1.9 million. That didn't happen. And, what we have to do is move on from here. So what we tried to do then is take those monies and, put them in the appropriate buckets that are going to offer the taxpayer the most benefit. A couple of the items that we did is, and I'm sure hopefully everybody knows it or is aware of it, is the fact that Sunny Hill has all brand new beds as well as brand new furniture. That furniture was, some of it was 17 years old. I had a conversation with Maggie right before this portion of the meeting, just to confirm. There was a few of them that obviously they got broken over the course of the year, so not every single one of them was 17 years old, but what it's done is it's given not only the staff as well as the residents of there a more up-to-date ergonomical bed that's safe for them, as well as safe for the residents, but also safe for the staff, that can be automatically adjusted, and there isn't a potential for a suffocation or that between what you call them, the bars that go up on the side. We also put $400,000 into the sheriff's vehicle replacement, which is going to ensure the fact that our police force has, equipment that they can make sure that they can get to and from residents' requests for assistance in that. There was $155,000 poured into our tort immunity fund. Probably nobody really knows or cares about that, but that was something that was suggested by the state's attorney's office, and we took care of that obligation too, as well as a number of other things. The VAC, roughly $3.5 million, was dedicated to that in this year's budget. But I mean, if you want, I'll be more than happy to sit down with you after today's meeting. I do have to be home by about 7 o'clock. So, but we can go through any and all the pages on this. But I think otherwise we did a very good job as a committee and working together and trying to come up with something that's the residents should be very happy with. It didn't reduce their property taxes, but we'll see. Okay, thank you.
We're just going to have you stay up here for a little bit in case there's other questions. So County Board Member Ballage?
I'm against all these, the levies and the budgets, and I'm just going to speak now so I don't have to talk every single time. All right. I said before that the people that live here are suffering from inflation. And I don't see any reason why we have to increase anything. If anything, we should be cutting our budgets and cutting our levies, because people at home have to cut their budgets, and the amount of money that they're getting is less. So their revenues are down and they have to find ways to pay their bills. And the bills keep going up. And one of the bills that goes up is county. So I look at it that if I can cut taxes at my township every year just by playing around with the numbers and figuring out where I can cut. So in 4 years, I've never raised taxes. We've froze it. In 1 year, we took 20% of the dollars out of the budget. But a little bit of work. But now at the county level, we increase every year. Every single year I've been on this board, there's always a discussion increase. And in the last 4 years, it's always been an increase, and I'm sick of it. It's hurting all the residents that vote for us. And the only ones that it doesn't seem to hurt, I mean, we have people in here that don't make a lot of money. So now their taxes go up. They work for a living. They struggle to pay their bills for their kids, to go to school, to eat. Seniors, the same thing. But we can raise our taxes. And it's so frustrating to me. And I'm probably the only one in this room that's going to vote no to every single one of these things, because I'm sick of voting for stuff that's going to hurt the people that vote us in. And with that, God bless everybody. Vote yes if you want, but I'm a no.
County Board Member O'Gala.
Hey, you did good on that one.
Yeah, I'm getting better.
I just want to verify, Rashawn, because we've gotten mixed information throughout the course of the year as we've tried to appropriate funds from the opioid settlement fund to various different groups. The county board has gone and put forward to Hero and Family Guidance. And then we did get a presentation from one member of my staff regarding different options that we could move forward with and putting together a different type of plan. And we've agreed on that. We don't know what the plan will be or anything like that, but we do want to make sure that these two groups get the funds that we have said that we would give them based upon the current situation, how it is changing, possibly going forward. Do we have the authority now for the board to do that, to have the county executive to go ahead and pay those funds to those two organizations? And we do have an agreement in place that they'll have to present to the finance committee and such before distributions are made. I just want to verify that before I vote at all on anything.
If that's an exact answer for, are you, what's your question? I guess phrase your question. Are you asking if we have the money, or are you asking regarding the resolution?
I know we have the money.
Yes. So I'm going to make, I guess, two statements on this. One is, I think we are all in agreement here that we want to give the money to both Family Guidance and Hero.
Mhm.
From my understanding too, is that we need an agreement, a written agreement, so we can sign. Nothing has been put before me to sign. I think that is my understanding, what the concern is at this point. And it's when we get that is going to be led by the county board, we are able to do that. That is my understanding.
Okay.
Okay.
So I have a couple questions. No, you're safe. And not Rashawn. These are for Mary. So after you received the draft contract from Sarah Richardson of Family Guidance on October 23rd, did you review it?
My recollection is I read through it once and I said something to the effect, and obviously you have my email in front of you, so why don't you read it, Judy?
I don't have your email in front of me. I just have questions in front of me.
My
So
recollection
you
is
read
I
it
said,
once.
I read through it once and I said, this is something to the effect of, this is something we could work with.
Okay. So you didn't make any changes or additions to it, right?
I don't believe that I was asked to actually review it. I said it's something that we could work with. And at this point, I've been waiting for. Last month, you passed a resolution that said we could pay out the money when we have an agreement that is in conformance with a program adopted by county board.
So
For Heroes and so now I'm waiting for a program to make sure that
Okay.
whatever agreement I review is in conformance with that program.
Okay.
That is the direction from county board.
Yeah, so I will read you a paragraph from the resolution 22-293 passed at the September 15th meeting. Be it further resolved that such funds shall be expended only after appropriation by the county board, and then in accordance with a specific plan approved by the county board in compliance with the list of abatement programs set forth in Illinois' opioid allocation agreement. So the approved abatement programs would be the programs, because there's lots of different options as to
Board
what
did
you
not
can do.
Adopt a program, though.
Though we agreed to those list of abatement programs that are, as you know, the opioid settlement fund is very restricted as what you can and cannot do. And there's a list of programs that a person or an organization could qualify under.
I'm familiar
So
with
once
the
they
list.
qualify for one of those programs, we're not going to come up with a new program, because we can't. We have to go by the program they have.
No, but you could, So as you and I have discussed, Judy, different counties have chosen to spend that money in a variety of ways. They have adopted programs. So in DuPage County, for instance, they have a treatment center that they have built, and they are using their opioid fundings for that treatment fund.
Correct.
Center. There's another county that has created a separate committee of people such as their director of their health department, someone from their county board, someone from the court system and the state's attorney's office. They make recommendations based on certain parameters. as to
Correct.
How they're good. So they have
nobody spent money out of
adopted
that.
a program.
So you're right.
As I understand the agreement, and we've been talking about this a lot, is in your resolution, yes, last month, you talked about an agreement that was to be adopted in conformance with a program adopted by county board. So you then tied my hands as to how to draft the agreement because it needs to be in conformance with the program adopted by county board. And I don't know why you feel the need to argue. If you want your program, which is what the resolution is today, to be nothing but the list, anything goes, fine. Then I know what direction to go to in the agreement. But what you're asking me to do without having that direction from county board is to substitute staff's direction for county board.
I'm not asking you to look at staff at all. I'm asking you that we passed a resolution back in 2022 that we would do this according to the list of approved abatement programs, not selecting a abatement program. So DuPage decided to select a program and build a facility. The other county that you referred to has not given any money out yet at all. I had my staff look at that, so I know that. So we are going from the list of approved abatement programs that are available from the opioid settlement. That's the programs we're working under. And that's what the indication is from the resolution that we put forward. And we said that we would have the agreement. I discussed that with Jennifer, so she knows what the agreement is. And we're saying that for these two. And then after that, we will, as a board, look at all the different things that Annette put together and determine if we want to do something like other counties have done. But just because other counties did something doesn't mean we have to do it.
You don't.
So why can't we just go with the approved abatement program set forth in the
Because in
settlement
your
fund?
resolution last month, you said that you needed that the agreement would be done in conformance with the program developed by the county board. That's why you qualified your resolution last month.
But Mary, we've had you go through it. So like the resolution that's on our agenda today, based on the clarifications from Rashawn, it should seem sufficient that we can draft an agreement based on
I
that.
agree. On the resolution you have proposed?
Yes.
Yes, because you're saying that's the program. I don't have a dispute with that.
Okay, fine. Just, I want to clarify that. So then the next thing is to just put in writing what the agreement we discussed verbally was for Hero and Family Guidance. And then we can regroup and say, listen, maybe be more specific than just the approved abatement programs, if we so choose.
My only issue was that you have reserved the selection of the recipients to the county board. And I said, that's a usurpation of the county executive's power because that's an executive function.
You've said that.
I did say that, yes.
Just now.
No, I said that in my email to everyone.
In an email yesterday, after 6, 7, 8, 9 months that we've been going through this, we've been talking about Hero and Family Guidance all year. And every month, it seems like I get a different answer and a different set of hoops to jump through. And we've jumped through them. Then there's another set of hoops and we jump through them with another set of hoops. And in the meantime, these two organizations have been waiting for those dollars. I want this to let's finish this. We can get the agreement afterwards. We can get the agreement. I just need to know that we are good. And I think we are good with that. I don't think we're usurping anything. How everybody feels that one elected official can make a better decision than 22 doesn't make sense to me, Mary.
Please don't bring, this is clearly between a couple of lawyers fighting over language here. Please don't bring me into this. I am very supportive of both these programs. I'm not going to let anybody here pretend that this is my fault. It's not.
I didn't say it was.
Okay, well, you-
No, Jennifer, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying this has been going on and on and on and on. And we haven't gotten an answer for how many months? And the answer changed yesterday. The answer changed yesterday in the email that we're then told that it's under the county executive and we can't spend any money out of that fund. And that isn't a true statement, and it doesn't match the resolution that we passed.
It indicates that it was in the executive's department. So I'm just reading the budget, which says it's under the department, under the county executive's department.
So Rashawn, has this fund always been exactly where it is? Is that where it got set up at? Okay,
Yes, it has.
thank you. So for me, I just need to clarify this because, like I said, I've got mixed information all along. And the way I look at it is that when I'm given something, when I'm given this by somebody who I should get good information from, I should have all the details of this when it's given to me, so I know what to do with it. I have asked for months on end, and the information I've got has changed, including as up to yesterday, as to how we move forward with this and how we can do it. That makes our job really hard because I should be giving a finite answer, not an infinite one. So that's what I was trying to clarify here, that we can go ahead and do this. So we will get an agreement, and then we can resurface, regroup, looking at the different samples that Annette put together for us, and the board could decide. Or we could just stick with all the programs that are approved abatement programs set forth in the opioid settlement fund. Well, maybe that's all we need to do. Our program is that. Although I thought that.
You can have your.
I thought that resolution pretty much said that because it's in compliance with the list of approved abatement programs set forth in the Illinois opening. What more clarification do we need?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, and maybe people will continue to talk about that. Are you, Chair O'Gall, you done?
I'm done.
All right. We have County Board Member Berkowitz.
Thank you. So Rashawn, I want to make sure that I took accurate notes. So there's two different codes. Code 110 is the county board budget. Code 120 is the county executive budget. And then it's a special fund, and the department is under the county executive's authority, who is responsible for the day-to-day of the fund. Now, the county board, however, the finance department is responsible for the reporting of the fund, and the county board determines who receives the money. So here's where I need a little bit of help. So this process seems to require, and there was somebody, Mary might have said it, somebody said the county executive signs an agreement with the organization. So before that money is paid. Now, here's my question. Is it normal when we have this type of an allocation that the county executive always is the person to sign the agreement with the recipient? Has that been standard practice?
I can't speak to what has been done in the past, or is the county executive the person to always sign the agreement? This is more if the funds are allocated, in which the funds are there. And to your question about the structure of whether it's under county board or county executive, it's merely the way the chart of accounts or the account structure works. You have the fund, the department, and so it merely falls under the department of the county executive, and you have the sub-department.
Okay, but someone said, and I'll have to listen to it again, it may have been Mary or, okay, but I just want to clarify this, that she signs the agreement, once the agreement's signed, that they can get the funds. So here's my question. Why isn't this handled just solely within the county board budget? Why is it handled between two different funds? Okay. I think I got my answer.
Okay.
Krista.
We're going to go back to County Board Member, or Chair Richmond, and then we'll continue with the questions. Yeah.
I don't mean to jump in front of
that's-
anybody else. I was just trying to clarify something. And the way, here's the way that I've interpreted it is somebody has to sign the check and it has to come out of finance. That's why it's in that fund.
That's correct.
Okay. So that resolves that. So here, I'm the type of person, I just like to get stuff done. So I would be more than happy to sit down and let's hammer out this agreement because those people need that money. And if we could do that right after this meeting, I will postpone anybody that wants to talk to me about this book. And let's get that program, let's get that document created. I find anytime that you start doing texts and emails and all that kind of stuff, things get slowed down or possibly even stopped. Let's sit down today right after this. I think that we're relatively close. It's what I'm hearing. And let's knock this thing out today because we could actually, help these organizations out. That's just my 2 cents. And I apologize, Jackie, or I don't know is it Sherry that's got her light on over there? I just want to get, cut to the chase and let's get this thing moving. That's all. So thank you for the time. I appreciate
Thank you.
stepping in
Yep.
front of anybody.
That's fine. County Board, we're going to go, it's County Board Member Trenier. Hold on, I'm getting there.
All right, this was a discussion at the executive committee and we came up with a resolution. And last night at the Democrat caucus, we discussed this in quite a bit of detail because of the email that was sent yesterday by the state's attorney's office. And we determined that, these funds were going to be allocated by both the Will County Board in conjunction with the county executive. And that as we said in committee, that those said funds pursuant to a list of opioid remediation uses as part of the National Opioid Settlement Fund provided by the state's attorney office and attached to this resolution was our program. This was it. I mean, we had this fixed in executive. My only concern was about the location of the money, which Rashawn has cleared up completely. So I would like us to move forward on the rest of the agenda.
We're still in discussion. We have a couple more comments regarding this resolution. County Board Member Newquist?
That was basically, excuse me, going to be my point, that if we're satisfied where the money comes from and where it's allocated, then the discussions of the program itself, I think, should be moved to that agenda item. Thank you.
So is there any other discussion on the budget motion? All right, we have I think you're done, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean.
So we have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Balich. Trenier. Dean Schlottman.
We're doing the budget.
Van Dyne.
Yes.
Pretzel. Butler. Newquist. Richmond.
Yes.
Parker. Williams. Diaz. Winfrey. Coleman. Logan. Freeman. Revis. Berkowitz. Mueller. Costa. Ogalla.
18 in the affirmative, the motion carries.
Okay, number 3, monthly financial reports to be placed on file, and I so move.
Second, Robin.
Motion by Richmond, seconded by Revis. Well, we're going to probably had, Madam Clerk, any discussions? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Balich. Trenier. Dean Schlottman. Van Dyne.
Yes.
Pretzel.
Yes.
Butler. Newquist. Richmond.
Yes.
Parker. Williams. Diaz. Winfrey. Coleman. Logan. Freeman. Revis. Berkowitz. Mueller. Costa. Ogalla.
20 in the affirmative, the motion carries.
All right, so the next 11 items are going to be breaking up the levy into the appropriate funds where it says what fund it's going to go into. So the first one is 24-284, the Corporate Fund Levy Fund 1010, and I so move.
Motion by Richmond, seconded by Mueller. Previous roll call. Yep. Okay. I'm going to, previous roll. Well, okay, so just quickly, I'm going to go through these quickly unless you have, someone has a specific regarding one of these levies, please yell. And we'll take a roll call on the first one and then we'll utilize it for the rest of them unless somebody wants to yell. Okay. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Balich. Trainier. Dean Schlattman. Van Dyne.
Yes.
Pretzel.
Yes.
Butler. Newquist. Richmond.
Yes.
Parker. Williams. Diaz. Winfrey. Coleman. Logan. Freeman.
285.
Revis.
Yes.
FICA?
Berkowitz. Mueller.
Sorry.
Costa. O'Gala.
So I got to change that
No,
then.
no, see,
Oh, 284. Then this is 285.
what is it?
Okay.
H is an affirmative, the motion carries.
Okay, number 5, and just to make a note that that's going to be resolution number 24-285. It doesn't appear on some of the documentation. So resolution 24-285, the FICA levy fund 1020, and I so move.
Motion by Richmond, seconded by Freeman. Previous roll call by O'Gala, seconded by Winfrey. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
Number 6, resolution 24-286, IMRF levy fund 1030, and I so move.
Motion by Richmond, seconded by Freeman. Previous roll call by Mueller, seconded by Winfrey. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
Number 7, resolution number 24-287, tax levy for the Tort Immunity Fund, fund number 1040, and I so move.
Motion by Richmond, seconded by Costa. Previous roll call by Diaz, seconded by Winfrey. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
Number 8, resolution number 24-288, tax levy for the Workers' Comp Reserve Fund, fund 1050, and I so move.
Motion by Richmond, seconded by Freeman. Previous roll call by Costa, seconded by Diaz. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
Number 9, resolution 24-289, tax levy for the TB Sanitarium Fund, fund 2101, and I so move.
Motion by Richmond, seconded by Freeman. Previous roll call by Winfrey, second by Trenier. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
Number 10, resolution number 24-290, tax levy for the Health Department Fund, fund 2102, and I so move.
Motion by Richmond, seconded by Costa. Previous roll call by Winfrey, seconded by Freeman. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
Number 11, resolution 24-291, tax levy for the county fund, County Highway Fund, fund 2106, and I so move.
Motion by Richmond, seconded by Mueller. Previous roll call by Costa, seconded by Trenier. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
Number 12, resolution 24-292, tax levy for the County Bridge Fund, fund 2109, and I so move.
Motion by Richmond, seconded by Mueller. Previous roll call by Costa, seconded by Freeman. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
Number 13, resolution 24-293, tax levy for the Federal Aid Matching Fund, fund number 2110, and I so move.
Motion by Richmond, seconded by Diaz. Previous roll call by Freeman, second by Williams. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
Number 14, resolution 24-294, a tax levy for the Community Mental Health Board, fund 2118, and I so move.
Motion by Richmond, seconded by Winfrey. Previous roll call by Van Dyne, seconded by Costa. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
Number 15, resolution 24-295, transferring appropriations within various county budgets, and I so move.
Motion by Richmond, seconded by Freeman. Previous roll call by, I'm sorry, we're going to add County Board Member O'Gala and Balich. So we'll go previous roll call first. Sorry, previous roll call. No, I need so I have a motion by Richmond, seconded by, Freeman. Previous roll call by Revis, seconded by Trenier. And we're going to add County Board Member O'Gala and Balich as yeses.
All right, number 16, resolution 24-296, authorizing county executive to execute necessary documents for delinquent tax programs, and I so move.
Motion by Richmond. Seconded by Winfrey. Previous roll call by Diaz. Seconded by Costa. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
Number 17, resolution 24-297, appropriating funds in the Sunny Hill Nursing Home budget, and I so move.
Second, Revis.
Motion by Richmond, seconded by Freeman. Previous roll call by Revis. Seconded by O'Gala. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
Resolution 24-298, appropriating grant funds in the county clerk's budget from Illinois State Board of Elections, voter registration, state grant 2025, and I so move.
Motion by Richmond, seconded by O'Gala. Previous by Winfrey, seconded by Diaz. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
Number 19, resolution 24-299, appropriating Department of Commerce and Economic Opportunity grant funds, and I so move.
Second, Revis.
Motion by Richmond, seconded by Revis. Previous roll call by O'Gala. Seconded by Trinier. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
Number 20, resolution 24-300, authorizing the use of contingent funds for the Merit Commission, and I so move.
Motion by Richmond, seconded by Freeman. Previous roll call by O'Gala. Seconded by Winfrey. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
All right, our next committee meeting will be announced sometime in the future. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to Public Works and Transportation Chair Van Dyne.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. Public Works and Transportation Committee will like to start with Resolution 24-301, authorizing an IGA between the Village of Monee and the County of Will for maintenance and energy of traffic signals at the intersection of Manhattan-Monee Road, County Highway 6, Central Avenue, Egyptian Trail, District 3, and I so move.
Motion by Van Dyne, seconded by Butler. Previous roll call by O'Gala. Seconded by Winfrey. All in favor? Any
Aye.
opposed? Motion carries.
24-302, authorizing an IGA between the Village of Monee and the County of Will for maintenance and energy of traffic signals at the intersection along Manhattan-Monee Road, County Highway 6 with Ridgeland Avenue, with the entrance to 6605 West Manhattan-Monee Road in District 3, and I'll make that motion.
Motion by Van Dyne, seconded by Freeman. Previous roll call by Butler. Seconded by Costa. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Resolution 24-303, authorizing designating Manhattan-Monee Road, County Highway 6 as a freeway by the county under the Illinois Highway Code. I so move.
Motion by Van Dyne, seconded by Freeman. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Okay, we still have a motion by Van Dyne, seconded by Freeman. Any discussions? Okay. And we're going to go, well, we're going to take a roll call. County, you're the only, yeah, that's fine. I don't know if anyone else, Madam Clerk, please. All right, we can do that too. Is there a previous roll call? Diaz, seconded by Winfrey. We're going to, however, make County Board Ballot a no on that one. That is 24-303. Thank you. Sir.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, wait, all in, sorry.
Yeah, I was.
No, you did it right.
We
I
good?
did it right, yeah.
Okay. Resolution 24-304, appropriating transportation funds, $50,000 to pay design and engineering costs associated with the at-grade railroad crossing improvement at Gauger, north of 30, Districts 2 and 5. I so move.
Motion by, I heard, motion by Van Dyne, seconded by Freeman. Previous roll call by Parker, seconded by Pretzel. We're going to include County Board Member ballots. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
Resolution 24-305, authorizing approval of professional services agreement for the right-of-way acquisition services appraisals with Polach Appraisal Group Incorporated for several parcels of property for improvements to Francis Road, County Highway 64, Gauger Road 52, to I-80, District 5. I so move.
Motion by Van Dyne, seconded by Parker. Previous roll call by Diaz, seconded by Freeman. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Joe, can you hold up a minute real quick?
6, yeah.
Or if I completed the full steps with that, the one that we talked with Momini wrong. I wanted to make sure I completed all the steps with that one. So thank you. Sorry, we're fine.
Okay. Two more resolutions, 24-306, authorizing approval of professional services agreement for right-of-way acquisition services with Santa Cruz Land Acquisitions for several parcels of property for the improvements to Francis Road, Gauger, to I-80 and County Board District 5, and I will make the motion.
Motion by Van Dyne, seconded by Winfrey. Previous roll call by Freeman, seconded by Mueller. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
And lastly, 24-307, authorizing approval of establishment of altered speed zones 695 along 80th Avenue within the Green Garden Township Road District, District 3, and I so move.
Motion by Van Dyne, seconded by Butler. Previous roll call by Diaz, seconded by Freeman. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
And our next Public Works and Transportation Committee meeting will be announced, and that concludes our report. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair Freeman, Public Health and Safety.
Good afternoon, and this may be my shortest one, which means I get the record for shortest one today. We had a lovely meeting. There were reports that were submitted. I suggest that you read them. It has been a pleasure being chair of the Public Health and Public Safety Committee for the last 2 years, and I thank you for that opportunity. Today, I have one resolution, 24-308, to bring forward. It is increasing the private pay rates for Sunny Hill Nursing Home, and I so move.
Motion by Freeman, seconded by Winfrey. Previous roll call by Mueller, seconded by Diaz. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
Our next Public Health and Public Safety Committee meeting will be announced. Stay tuned. Thank you.
Chair Berkowitz, Legislative Committee.
Thank you, Madam Executive. So for Legislative Committee, we've got our fiscal year 2025 legislative agenda attached for your approval. We would like to make an amendment.
You have to get it out on the floor first.
Okay,
So make a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to put that out on the floor.
Motion by Berkowitz, seconded by O'Gala. Chair Berkowitz, now you can make your amendment.
Okay, thank you. For some concerns that the Health Department had brought forward, they had recommended that they'd like us to include an amendment to the Public Health and Human Services section in the agenda. And so we have got I'll read the language here that we would like to add to that section of the agenda. And it would say, Will County supports increased funding and legislation of substance abuse use initiatives, including free Narcan and free fentanyl, xylazine test strips to decrease the incidence of opioid-related deaths. So I present that, and I'd like to.
There's a
make
motion to amend with those additional words. Is there a second? Seconded by O'Gala. Any discussion on the amendment? Madam Clerk, please. Is there a previous roll call by O'Gala, seconded by Freeman? All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Now you need a vote on resolution 24-309 as amended.
Okay, and I'd like to make a motion to approve Resolution 24-309 as amended.
Motion by Berkowitz, seconded by Trenier. Previous roll call by Diaz, seconded by O'Gala. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, thank you very much. I'd like to say thank you to everyone who served on the committee and to staff who worked with us. There's a lot of work in the background, so I'm very grateful, have enjoyed working as a team. And I'd like to wish you all a good Thanksgiving as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair Mueller, capital improvements.
Good afternoon, everyone. We did not have a meeting. We did not have quorum because a few of us were not able to be there. So I assume you'll catch up next month. Thank you so much for working with me in capital improvements. I really enjoyed it, and I hope you have a good day.
Thank you. Chair Katie Dean Schlotman.
Good afternoon. We, this month, it was a kind of a short meeting. We went back and just approved executive committee meeting minutes. And again, I have enjoyed being the chair of the landfill committee. It has been a great opportunity and learning process. So I thank you for that. And I hope everyone has a happy Thanksgiving as well. And I'm sorry I wasn't as fast as Micah and Meta.
Thank you. Moving on to Chair Ogala, Executive Committee.
Thank you. We have a number of items 7 items actually on the agenda today. Item number 1 is Resolution 24-310, the extension of the term of the Board of Review, and I so move.
Motion by Ogala, seconded by Trenier. Previous roll call by Winfrey, seconded by Berkowitz. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you. Item number 2 is Resolution 24-311, authorizing the county executive to renew the contract with Baxter and Woodman to execute the renewal of professional engineering services for the Land Use Department, and I so move.
Motion by Ogala, seconded by Trenier. Previous roll call by Parker, seconded by Diaz. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
Item number 3 is Resolution 24-312, appropriating funds for the payment of the county engineer's salary, MFT salary, Section 25-00000-00-CS, Section 25-CS197-00AC, and I so move.
Motion by Ogala, seconded by Winfrey. Previous roll call by Mueller, seconded by Van Dyne. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you. Item number 4 is Resolution 24-313, declaring various equipment surplus and authorizing disposal, and I so move.
Motion by Ogala, seconded by Freeman. Previous roll call by Winfrey, seconded by Costa. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you. Item number 5 is Resolution 24-314, which is the adoption of the Will County Board opioid program, and I so move.
Motion by Ogala, seconded by Dean Schlotman. Any County Board member, Trenier?
Yes, I'd like to amend this just slightly.
Should
Should it have been Nate?
I don't know what it is.
I haven't seen it.
First.
Right.
The amendment basically is to, in the fifth paragraph down, strike the word board so that it matches the preamble at the very top in the first line. And in the next sentence, add that be it further resolved that the Will County Board and the Will County Executive shall determine the recipients of said funds as part of the Will County Board opioid program. This is our program. We are adopting a program for the distribution of the settlement funds as determined by the Will County Board. And this is it. We're going to do it by the funds or the items listed on the National Opioid Settlement Fund. We're going to use their program as our program, at least at this point. This is what came out of committee. I just added the board to
Caucus.
out of, no.
Caucus last night.
The amendment came out of our caucus, but this document came out of committee. And it came because there was this discussion that we didn't have a program. So we created a program, and the program is we're going to follow the National Opioid Settlement Fund. That's our program.
Well, go ahead.
All right, so we have a motion,
That's my amendment.
Your amendment is what you've handed out here, which you just read. Okay, so we have a motion for the amendment, seconded by Mueller.
A discussion.
Yep, I'm not going to go on without it.
So discussion, please.
Yes.
And I'm a little confused, Jackie. Exactly what are you changing? Because I'm sorry.
We just want to add that we're working with the county executive to determine the recipients and that the money is coming to Will County. It doesn't come like written to the Will County Board. It comes to the county, gets put into that fund that was set up by the finance department. And we're just going to continue on what we were doing. I mean, we have to use the executive as part of this because she's the only one that can, he, whoever happens to sit in the chair, that can sign contracts. We can't sign contracts.
And that's true. That's always
Yeah.
been the case, that we put forward the policy and procedure and the executive goes ahead
Correct.
and does that side of the work.
Yes.
But it doesn't determine, say that we have to have the county executive determine who the recipient is, per resolution passed on September 15, 2022, where it says, be it further resolved that such funds shall be expended only after appropriation by the county board, and then only in accordance with the specific plan approved by the board in compliance with the list of the approved abatement program set forth in Illinois opioid agreement. That was passed, signed, sealed, and delivered in September 22. So I think we don't need to make the change to say, and the Will County executive. The Will County executive, her job will be to go ahead and her staff to make sure that everything is done, that the reports are filed appropriately per the settlement funds. So I don't think that we have to add that in there. We are a joint on this anyway.
Yeah.
We
I
select the
don't care if you
recipients.
take that line out. I do want to strike the word board in, what is it, line 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, because the check doesn't come to the Will County Board.
The Will County.
comes to
Board
Will County.
Adopts the Will County. I'm fine with, so I'd be fine with that change. To me, it's the same. Will County
The money never comes to the
adopts Will
board.
County Board program
Comes
to
to the county.
distribute funds. So you're saying now therefore be resolved that the Will County Board hereby adopts the Will County opioid program to
Mhm.
distribute funds received by the National Opioid Settlement Fund by Will County. It's neither here nor there for me, sure.
Yeah, I mean, if you need that part to be off, that's fine, because she's got to
She does it.
do it anyway.
And
We don't get to.
if you think removing the word board makes more sense, it's fine.
Yeah.
It's our program, all of ours, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
We're going to have County Board Member Trenier reread, now after that discussion there, reread your amendment.
Sure. By line, the 1, 2, 3, 5th line, we're striking the word board twice and the word the. It says, now therefore be it resolved that the Will County Board hereby adopts the Will County opioid program. We are adopting the program to distribute funds received from the National Opioid Settlement Fund by Will County. And then the next line, be it further resolved that the Will County Board shall determine recipients of said funds as part of the Will County Board opioid program.
Works for me.
Is the amendment, so we had a first and a second. Is there any discussion on what County Board Member Trenier just read? County Board Member Berkowitz, you have a question on what you just read?
Was she reading this one?
I guess I wasn't following, I
Okay.
wasn't looking
Okay.
at the right place, so.
All right, we'll let that judge, we'll wait till,
The board adopts the program.
turn everyone's microphones off. County Board Member Berkowitz, are you okay? Can I go ahead with the vote? Okay. Okay, so so is there an amendment? Okay, so based on that amendment, we have a first and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Balich. Trainier. Dean Schlattman. Van Dyne. Pretzel. Butler. Newquist. Richmond. Parker. Williams. Diaz. Winfrey. Coleman. Logan. Freeman. Revis. Berkowitz. Mueller. Costa.
Give out some money.
Ogalla.
So now we need a motion on 24-314 as amended. And that is correct, is there a motion? Motion by O'Gala, seconded by Berkowitz. Previous roll call? Coleman, seconded by Dean Schlattman. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Gala?
I'm sorry.
Yep. That's fine.
Okay. So we voted on the amendment.
So we've done it all now.
We've done it all now.
We are now on to number 6.
I just want to clarify before we go forward. So now that we've done this, we can get an agreement passed, get agreement agreed to by the county, the state's attorney, so that the county executive can get those payments out the door. Is that correct, Mary?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. Moving on to item number 6. And I want to talk immediately after I say my first thing. Resolution 24-315, Allies for Agriculture for Will County, and I so move.
Motion by Ogala, seconded by Berkowitz.
Okay. So what I wanted to say here is the fact that today we had so many residents from the rural community come forward and speak about why they feel agriculture is important. And I live in the agricultural community and I feel it's important. I believe that Will County is so unique because of our diverse community that we have, from all the way from where Meta lives way far up north, west, to all the way where I live in the southeast portion of the county. Will County offers things that other counties don't offer, and because of that, we're very unique. But I want to read the resolution out loud and into the record simply because of the fact that some people forget that agriculture provides jobs, it provides revenue, it provides so many things, because all we do is look at a cornfield, or now they're empty, or a bean field, and they're empty now because they've been harvested. So I'm going to read the resolution into the record. Resolution of the Will County Board, 24-315, Allies for Agriculture for Will County. Whereas Illinois is home to more than 70,500 farms, 93% of which are family-owned, and a third of which include livestock. And whereas the Will County accounts for 780 of those farms, with the average size of farms increasing to 309 acres. And whereas agriculture in the county generates total annual sales estimated at $234.7 million. Whereas farm property provides 1 to 2% of taxable value, which provided services to residents in Will County. And whereas Will County ranks 6th in production of honey in our state, providing 15,418 pounds of honey, 6th in the horse, pony, mule, and donkey sales, 8th in Christmas tree sales, and 9th in nursery and greenhouse operation sales. And whereas Illinois farmers support the food security of our citizens and provides choices for consumers, with 1% of the crops being organic and 9% selling directly to the consumers. And whereas new livestock development, including processing, accounts for additional jobs, creating additional economic growth within the county. And whereas farmers are dedicated to caring for their animals in ways that also benefit the land, using tools and technology to better manage soil nutrients, water runoff, and air quality on the farm. Farmers are using fewer natural resources and reducing their carbon footprint while producing more food. And whereas farmland is finite, folks, resource that is vital to agriculture, food production, and the economic well-being of our country, of our county. And whereas farmers in Illinois face multiple layers of regulations involving state and federal agency, providing a comprehensive, robust regulatory program for all farms, including those raising livestock. And whereas data and information from state regulatory agency demonstrates environmental issues from agriculture are extremely rare occurrence. And whereas the Executive Committee recommends and the Will County Board approves the recognition of the value agriculture contributes to our county, and the rural way of life is the backbone of our country, and in such will continue to support efforts made to accommodate future success of the rural community. Now therefore be it resolved, the Will County Board hereby acknowledges and supports agriculture within our county, the jobs created, taxes generated, technologies embraced, and environmental and conservation practices implemented by farmers makes agriculture a valuable industry within our county, with slightly over 241,000 acres in production agriculture. Be it further resolved, the Will County Board will work to support and promote the development and maintenance of agriculture for the benefit of our country, of our county. Be it further resolved that the preamble of this resolution is hereby adopted as it fully set forth herein. This resolution shall be in full force upon its passage and approval as provided by law. Thank you. We already had a motion.
We already had a motion and second. We're on discussion. Any other discussion? County Board Member Freeman?
So there is a fine line between a resolution and a proclamation. And I am fully aware and have been told numerous times that a resolution can be more than just something to do and providing direction. But when we read a resolution aloud in our board meeting, in my opinion, it has now become a proclamation, which we have voted against. So I will be a no on this now. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. All right, seeing no other discussion, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Balich? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Yes. Trainier? Dean Schlattman? Van Dyne? Pretzel? Butler? Newquist? Richmond? Parker? Williams? Diaz? Winfrey? Coleman? Logan? Freeman? Revis? Berkowitz? Mueller? Costa? Ogalla?
Yes.
17 in the affirmative, the motion carries.
Thank you. Item number 7 is Resolution 24-316. Resolution, my tongue is not working right now. Resolution supporting the exploration of local food sources and alternative to the South Suburban Airport, and I so move.
Motion by Ogalla, seconded by Berkowitz. Any discussion? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Balich?
Yes.
Trainier?
No.
Dean Schlattman? Van Dyne? Pretzel? Butler? Newquist? Richmond? Parker? Williams? Diaz? Winfrey? Coleman? Logan? Freeman? Revis? Berkowitz? Mueller? Costa? O'Gallagher?
Yes.
18 in the affirmative, the motion carries.
Thank you. The next executive committee meeting is scheduled for Thursday, December 12th. That's next, because we will have executive only next month besides the reorg and then the county board. Unusual month because of the election, so it's different. Okay, next we move forward to appointments by the county executive. Our first one is item number 1 is Resolution 24-317, approving the county executive appointments to the Planning and Zoning Commission of Will County, and I so move.
Motion by Ogalla, seconded by Mueller. Previous roll call by Freeman, seconded by Winfrey. All in favor?
Aye.
Oh, I'm sorry. What? Oh, no, I'm sorry. We need to clean. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll. Thank you.
Balich?
Yes.
Trainier? Dean Schlattman? Van Dyne?
Yes.
Pretzel? Butler? Newquist? Richmond? Parker? Williams? Diaz? Winfrey? Coleman? Logan? Freeman? Revis? Berkowitz? Mueller? Costa? O'Gallagher?
Yes.
22 in the affirmative, the motion carries. 20 in the affirmative, motion carries.
Thank you. Number 2 is resolution number 24-318, approving the county executive appointments to the Rock Creek Drainage District of Will County, and I so move.
Motion by Ogalla, seconded by Freeman. Previous? By Mueller, seconded by Winfrey. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Next, we will move on to public comment relevant to matters under the jurisdiction of the county. Is there anyone here to speak on anything under the jurisdiction of the county? Thank you. Please come forward. Thank you for your patience. Please state your name.
Hi, my name is Katie Hollingsworth. I'm here today to support the HERO organization and the distribution of the funds that were promised to them nearly a year ago. I just want to share with you a minute my motivation for being here and my involvement with HERO. Um, 14 months ago, 3 years ago, I was standing right here. My son was sitting in a cell at the adult detention center because he couldn't get treatment when he needed it. So I was here in support of Dr. Sharma building another treatment center. 14 months ago, my son used meth for the last time. His body was found in a retention pond. The day that my son's body was found, my good friend Jan reached out to me, offered me support, compassion. Hero has been there for me from that minute forward. My son died 4 days before his 29th birthday. We are losing a generation of people. At my son's wake, co-founder John Roberts came up to my husband and me, and he vowed to continue the fight so that we are not continuing to lose people at such an alarming rate. Hero provided grief support, which I attend regularly. Probably wouldn't be able to stand here in front of you today if I didn't have that support, honestly. At my son's wake, Hero distributed 35 boxes of Narcan. No doubt saving a few lives. This is money that was promised to them nearly a year ago. Think about it. How many people in Will County have died in the last year? Thank you. So please, I just beg of you, this money needs to be made available to them, and it needs to be made available now. We are losing too many people. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we will move on to comments by county board members. Are there any comments by county board members? Please press your buttons. That's me. Start with County Board Member Van Dyne.
Thank you. As it was mentioned earlier, there was an election, and unfortunately, we are going to have some members of this board leaving us, and it was a nice presentation for those folks. It was really enjoyable to work with you ladies that are leaving. Also excited for the new board members to join us, and we don't know the future of where this board is going to land or who's going to chair the board or any committee. So I just wanted to thank Mr. Ronaldson, at least for the last 6 years I got to spend with him as chairing the Transportation and Public Works and Transportation Committee. I think he does a wonderful job, and it was a pleasure. So, and thank you to all the chairs that allowed me to sit in that position. And it was also great sitting on close to 7 committees this term. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you, everybody, and good luck next month.
Thank you. County Board Member Richmond.
So I don't know who's hearing this or that, but I have had a lot of questions on Bell Road and the Megaplex and the school there. So I figure what I just quickly do is read information that came from Mr. Ronaldson, and hopefully it gets out to some of the people. So during the next 2 to 3 weeks, construction of the crossovers that started this weekend, traffic can only turn right out of the Megaplex. They cannot cross Bell Road and even get to where that barrier wall was. Shortly after Thanksgiving break, the traffic pattern at the Megaplex should be greatly improved. Traffic lanes are going to be put back together sometime after Thanksgiving, with the traffic running directly up against the Megaplex property. No wall or barricades needed to separate the traffic. And I think that's basically it. So hopefully it sounds like things are going to get improved on those traffic patterns sometime shortly after Thanksgiving. And Jeff's nodding his head. So thank you very much. And hopefully some people hear this and we can get the word out. So thanks for your time.
Thank you. County Board Member Coleman.
Thank you, County Executive. This is my last board meeting. I knew that when I chose not to run last year and I didn't pull a petition that this day was coming. I've debated quite a bit about what I would say, but I'm a firm believer in that you reap what you sow. And so I'm going to end on a high note and talk about some of the things that I was honored to be able to do as a county board member. Going back to being elected and being sworn in with just me and I think the clerk and like the photographer, because it was during COVID, during a pandemic, and things were a little bit different then. But even within that year, before I became a member of the Children's Advocacy Board, I held a toy drive during COVID at a local business to shed some more light on what they do. And we brought in over 300 toys for that year. Also, ARPA funding and CARES dollars, it was a lot of confusion about the application process and what the exact process would be. So as an educator, I thought it would be best to create something to educate the public on how to apply. And prior to Sherry being on the board, she actually attended that meeting that was online. And so that resulted in over, $150,000 collectively going out to some of those people who attended that meeting. Finally, as a veteran, it was very important to me. Mike and I both attended a NACO conference, I want to say in 2021, and we wanted to be very clear that we wanted to bring back the Hidden Heroes caregiving resignation or designation for Will County, which brought in resources, funding, and respite care for over 10,000 veteran caregivers. And sometimes we don't talk about what we do, and I want to make sure it's known that I've been pouring into this community from the day I was elected on a school board almost 20 years ago. And so while my time is ending on the Will County Board, I will be remaining active in the community. I've been appointed to the Joliet Fire and Police Board, where we're making sure we only have the best and brightest serving our community. I've also been appointed to the Business Enterprise Council to make sure that 10% of state contracts go to women, minorities, and those that are disabled. So as a military officer, I live by 7 principles: loyalty, duty, respect, selfless service, honor, integrity, and personal courage. Those are the things that's going to keep me going and serving the community. I want to say again, thank you to the constituents who voted for me for the last 4 years. It was an honor, and as I've always said, a privilege to serve on the county board. Thank you.
County Board Member Mueller.
Oh my gosh, it's going to be hard to follow up. Member Coleman, I'm also coming to an end. This is my last meeting with the board. And I just wanted to thank everyone that I've had the opportunity to work with. I've really enjoyed all the things I've learned from the staff that supports us and teaches me all the intricacy of the happenings in the county and processes. I am also going to continue to stay in service to the community. I'm going to be taking my show on the road to Springfield and working for some legislators. So you will see me around, don't you worry. But thank you so much for the wonderful 6 years I've gotten to work with so many of you. And thank you to all the voters who put me here. It was an honor to represent all of you. And I look forward to representing you on a larger scale. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Butler? Hold on, I don't have you. There you go, sir.
Okay, so I'd like to thank the 3 departing members for their service. I did not get to know Meta that well, but I know Natalie, we shared a love for gardening. I even got her to eat tomatoes because they were garden fresh tomatoes, and she did like them. I don't know if she's eaten them since then, though. But also, I did get to know Janet very well. I was very happy to work alongside her on our fights. I got to know her. This is one energetic lady who fights for her community. I hope she will continue to do so. We had a lot of good times fighting and trying to, to rally support for what we believed in. So I wish you all the best. And Janet, especially, I hope to see you stay in public service.
County Board Member Freeman.
Mine is short and sweet. I also have said my goodbyes and thank yous. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody. Be careful on your travels. Hug your family. Love them while they're there and eat lots of food. That's all. Happy Thanksgiving.
County Board Travis. I can't, you're on.
Similarly to the others, I just wanted to say thank you to the 3 departing board members over the past 2 years. Obviously, we had a lot of issues come across our desks and, complicated and things like that. I tried to take an approach of being fair and balanced with each of the decisions I made. And I think in doing so, I probably made at least every single one of you mad at me at some point. So I take that as a badge of honor. So with the elections and the board changing and everything like that, I have a little funny quote I wanted to leave everybody with. Politicians are like baby diapers. They should be changed often and for the same reasons. Thank you. See you next month.
Mark, you never fail to impress. Okay. County Board Member, I have to say Ortiz, County Board Member Diaz. Yep, that's right.
Yeah, I had to move to Destiny's seat because my mic isn't working. So I just stole her mic since she's not here. Okay, I wanted to say thank you to everyone who voted for me and who walked doors and helped me get elected in the first place. My very first vote was for something very important to at least half the board, which was for the 708 Mental Health Board. So I'm very proud that I got to make that vote. And I'm also proud that I got to get 2 more board members added to it that I think have been good advocates. You know, we got a doctor on the board and we got a nurse on the board. So I was glad to be able to do that. Today was a great meeting to talk about some of the wonderful things as a county board member we got to do. Family guidance, 21 people in a few months to be saved, put into care. That's great. We should all be proud of ourselves for doing that. Heroes, I know them personally. You know, they not only take care of the person who's got the illness or the disease of drug addiction, they also help the family, God forbid, when they do lose them. They give them counseling. I'm glad that we're going to help them get some money. Water aquifers, if you know me well, water seems to be my new passion. I've always liked it and cared about it, but we have a water problem. I'm glad that we're going to be putting funds to look and possibly be recharging our water aquifers. It's something important. And you are going to all hear from me. I plan on being here in January to talk about quarry blasting because, you know, that's also water related. So you're not quite rid of me yet. And I'm going to get busy with water. I can tell you that right now. So you will see me. Love you. Bye.
County Board Member Williams.
Yes, I did want to thank the outgoing board members. It's been a pleasure working with you, but I also wanted to acknowledge my counterpart in District 5, who is also outgoing from us, but she still will be around. So Annette, it's been a pleasure working with you side by side in District 5. I appreciate you. Thank you very much and good luck in your new endeavor.
Right, we're going to move on to Leader Balich.
And first thing I want to say, I'm going to say something else. It's going to take me about maybe 4 minutes, so it's not that long. But first I want to tell everybody Happy Thanksgiving. And then my fellow Italians here, Jennifer, Dan, Julie, and I think that's it. Frankie left. Dio de Benedica. That means God bless you. And God bless everybody else in the room. I got to talk about something that's like an item that isn't nice. It's like really not nice. About 9 months ago, we had an incident here, and I filed a police report with the FBI, the state's attorney's office, not the state's attorney, the sheriff's office, and the Illinois State Police. So now I'm being told that it's probably not serious enough, so they're not going to pursue it. And what am I talking about? I'm talking about the Democratic leader, Jackie Tenier, accidentally writing Judy O'Gala at willcountyillinois.com to go into her email. I get it. It was an accident. She wrote that in there, and that's how she got into Judy's email and sent my email to the county executive. I did a press conference, and I followed up with all those units of government, and nothing has happened. And the reason I'm bringing it up is because we're going to be going into a time where we're going to be voting on leadership. Now, nothing's going to happen to Jackie on my end because they just told me, forget about it. But what's important is that we got to know that if somebody would do that, we actually want them in leadership. You have to ask yourself, do you want her to be in leadership? Do you want her to be on the board of review? Because I heard she wanted to do that. And I'm bringing it up because I'm worried about the next 2 years, because my attorney that I was counseling with told me not to talk to her, to keep away from her. Well, now it's dead on my end. But I still feel like it's really a bad thing to have somebody that does something like that. Accidentally, of course, write in Judy Ogala at willcountyillinois.com. That's an accident. But, I'm just frustrated with it. And so I want everyone to know that nothing's going to happen. The whole thing is done. It's dead. But I want everyone to know that when we vote for leadership, and I don't think I'm going to be the leader anymore, just so we're aware of that. But I think it's a duty of us on the Democrat side and the Republican side that when we have something like that, that we really consider what we're voting for. Now, I was told by people to go where she worked. I ain't doing none of that crap. I'm just bringing it up here because it's going to affect everyone going forward in the next 2 years. I'm not going to go to where she's at and make a big deal. And I'm not going to go to the newspapers and make a big deal and do another press conference. But anyway, I just want to bring it up. God bless everybody. And I hated to have to say that, but I have no choice. My brain says that I'll go to hell if I don't. So happy Thanksgiving.
Leader Chenier.
Thank you, Madam Executive. Well, this has been another very long meeting, but we did a lot of good work for the people. I'm sad to see some of my fellow board members leave, and I know that Annette is going on to a really great position, so that's good. We do difficult work here. We make difficult decisions, and it's unfortunate sometimes that we don't respect each other enough to trust when someone tells you something that it's the truth, that we don't respect that other people have different opinions and that they should be allowed to share those even if you don't agree. It saddens me because it makes me think that our world is definitely not going in the right direction. The good part is that I do feel like we make some pretty good decisions on this board for the residents that we represent. And I would like to think that we all do it for the right reasons, that we're all here for the right reasons. And Steve, I would invite you to talk to anybody at my place of employment, say anything you want to say about me. They already know what happened. They know the truth. And, it's okay. And I actually did talk to Judy, and I also talked to our executive and let her know exactly what happened the day that it happened. So this is not a secret. And I suspect that the reason nothing is going forward, and certainly the county executive would have heard by now if it was that there was no real intent for harm. So I want to wish everybody a great Thanksgiving and drive safe.
County Board or Chair Ogala.
Thank you. I would like to thank the members of the county board that we've worked with, especially Meta. We've worked a long time together. And Janet and Natalie, it was nice to get to know you ladies and hear your thoughts and everything, and appreciated the input that you provided to the board. I'd like to congratulate those here in the room who were recently reelected. I know election season is hard, it's tough, it's long. I'd like to congratulate Jennifer on your reelection, Colette on your new election. Also, I would like to congratulate Julie Berkowitz on her reelection, Vince Logan on his reelection, Denise Winfrey on her reelection, and Kelly, a new member sitting out in the gallery there. She'll be joining us in December. And I want to say thank you to Annette, We worked a long time together and we'll miss you, but appreciate the fact that you work so hard to be clerk and we're all proud of you for that. I would like to let everyone know you should check your email because for the whole time that I've been the chair, I've heard all different things from a bunch of different people. And one of them was we should have pictures so we don't look so disjointed in our legislative agendas and other things. So on December 2nd at the reorg meeting, make sure you're wearing something nice. And we will have a photographer here to take our pictures, and he'll be able to take all of us and make one large group picture. If for some reason you're unable to attend, or perhaps you're not feeling well, so your picture comes out a little bit lousy, we will have a remake on December 19th at the board meeting. I do want to let you know that I did extend this to all the other elected officials. And I know that Tim Brophy and Duffy Blackburn were interested that I heard so far, and all that is being coordinated by Annette. So I think that'll be something, we'll see how it all works out. I'm looking forward to that. I've enjoyed being the chair of the county board. That was a unique experience for me. I've been on the board for quite some time. I feel that my experience provides a lot. I've tried to mentor people and help people out who are new chairs. And I think that those who were new chairs have done an excellent job at becoming the chair of that committee and determining how they should create things and put them on their agenda and make things different and open up new possibilities with that. In closing, I did receive a text message from the previous chair, called speaker at the time, and she said, "Hey, congratulations, I think." And what she said in that text message to me was so true, that you will do this work and you will feel that you've done a good job. And it turns out pretty much everybody's angry at you, including your own caucus. And man, Mimi was 100% dead right. So if anyone thinks doing this job is an easy job, it's not an easy job. You try and balance 21 other elected officials besides yourself, your relationship with the county executive and the other elected officials in the county, as well as all the staff. And then you try and have a life in between. So it's not an easy task, but I appreciated doing it. I enjoyed doing it. So I will close with just saying, I wish everybody a happy and wonderful Thanksgiving with your family.
Thank you. We are going to have executive session, but I too want to take the time to thank Meta and Janet and Natalie for their work they have done. I know sometimes it's a lot of people like to run for the board, and once you get on a board, you realize just how time consuming and the work that it takes to do this. So I do appreciate you being here, present, and always being active participants. I'm going to steal something from my fellow Italian and, Steve Ballage back there. And, he always says, after he goes up on one of his little tangents, says, Jennifer, this is business. And I can assure you, I've done this long enough, 18 years. I've served in some capacity. I've been in legislative side, I've been on the executive side, and I can assure you, I do not take things personally until someone makes it personal. And so that, I think, really is what we need to do as a board. I said this yesterday at the Democratic caucus. I'm saying it here just because I don't want people to think I'm scared to say it. I do believe in whether it's an ordinance or whether it's in our officials, and this is for countywide, we need a code of conduct. We need a code of conduct. And I know there's no real teeth in it, but at least if you sign something with the code of conduct, you've at least made the commitment to treat your fellow board members good here and outside of this room. And I think that's important for us to really recognize that we're elected official, and believe it or not, people expect a little different from us. And I try to practice what I preach. Like I said, I'm Italian too, and I lose my temper too, but I really strive to do that. And I really hope moving forward we can do this. I also want to say thank you, Jim, for the bipartisan support of this budget. We saw it tonight. Budgets are like conflicts of conscience. We're trying to, I pay taxes. I mean, I get it. I mean, we're trying to keep a balance of what we as taxpayer has to do. at the same time, helping the many organizations, the good organizations that are looking to us for assistance. So I get that it is a difficult process, so I appreciate your willingness to say, I fought my fight, but we're moving on, and thank you. And sometimes it just takes one person to lead the group, and I do appreciate that. We're very unique. We're the only local board that's really partisan per se. So again, it's we have our school boards, we have our library boards, we have our municipalities, they're nonpartisan. So they don't feel it as much as we have to feel it. So I do appreciate that we were able to get this budget out in a bipartisan fashion. So with that, thank you to our leaving members. I look forward to working with our members who are still here. And Annette, I look forward to a new relationship with you as you sit to my left here. So with that, I need a motion to go into executive session. Motion by Trenier, seconded by O'Gala. All in favor? Any opposed? Oh, no, I'm sorry. We have to take a roll call for that. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Balich. Trainier. Dean Schlottman. Van Dyne. Butler. Newquist. Richmond. Parker. Williams. Diaz. Winfrey. Coleman. Logan. Freeman. Revis. Berkowitz. Mueller. Hosta. O'Gala.
Uh, 22, or 20 in the, wait.
19.
Oh, 19 in the affirmative. We're going to enter into. So at this time, I need a motion to accept the recommendation of council for both cases discussed. Motion by Butler, seconded by Dean Schlottman. All in, or do we take roll call? Oh, their previous roll call. Previous roll by Trenier, seconded by Winfrey. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, the motion carries. Good. All right, thank you. Well, this then, we need a motion to recess to Thursday, December 19th. Motion by Butler, seconded by O'Gala. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Have a good Thanksgiving. Thank you, Colette.